So we are going to see the commencement of the second over from the media center end. We have just gotten the list of the two teams, the list of players, and the captain of the Nevis team is Jevon Manners. Carlton Pluck is the vice captain. Manners number 7, Pluck number 11. On the shirt, Rajani Ryder. As we look at the first delivery of the second over, signaled wide by the umpire, being bowled by the left arm medium pacer with the number 17 on his back. He is Tong, Michele Tong. No, I have that wrong. That's Jared Baptiste, Jared Jean Baptiste, with the number 40 on his back. So, very good second delivery, well lined, and played out on the offside where there is no run. The other members of the Nevis team, Rajani Ryder, number 16. And there's a loud appeal there for leg before, and he's given out. He's given out. The batsman does not seem to be pleased with the decision. In his opinion, the delivery was going down the leg side. But in the opinion of the umpire, it was hitting between middle and leg. So he has been given out. And the Nevisians have lost the second wicket. So Nevis, they are in quite a bit of trouble here, having lost 2 wickets. First wicket of the last delivery of the first over, and they have lost a wicket of the third delivery of the second over. And the bowler picking up that wicket for Antigua is Jared Jean Baptiste. The other members of the Nevis team, Rajani Ryder, number 16. We have Lyth Brown, number 20. Amory Jones, number 12. I see a very wide delivery outside the line of the left-hander's off stump, left alone. Jadon Herbert, number 12. Krishna Gadari, number 4. Leshon Weeks, number 15. Tayshawn Wilkinson, number 17. Delroy Prentice, number 19. And that delivery much too wide, way outside the line of the off stump, and justifiably signaled wide by the umpire. Ulano Smitten, number 25. Jaden Brown, number 2. And the other members are Xavier Pemberton, Deshaun James. The coach is Tyler Martin, assistant coach Delvin Phillip, and the manager Frank Monzac. So that's the Nevis team for the Leeward Islands under 19, under 17, under 19 2025 tournament. Baptiste outside the line of the off stump, and there was the left-hander looking to steer it between first and second slip. The well stopped by the second slip fielder, preventing the possibility of any run. We're looking at the players for Antigua. Matthew Miller, number 2. Tanez Francis, number 37. Zandon Hobson, number 23. Xavier Toppin, 47. A very good lifting delivery there by Jean-Baptiste to complete the second over. And the Antiguans are under quite a bit of pressure here with 2 overs bowled and only extras on the board so far. We haven't seen a run coming off the batters yet. So in a while we're going to get the precise score for you. We would be able to tell you the exact score in a short while. Kenrick Mentor, number 3. Nazir Williams, 19. Hosea Roberts, number 10. Michaeli Tong, 17. Ozan Williams, number 13 on the shirt. Shirt number 67 is worn by Sean Harris, Jr. Jared Jean-Baptiste, number 40. Tazio Watson, number 89. Tayari Tong, number 7. And Vaughn Bowers, number 18. So number 17 is Michaeli Tong. Michaeli Tong is bowling from the southern or Lozak Road end, and he looks a very good prospect indeed. He has quite a lot of pace. For a young man under 19, he's generating quite a lot of pace here, and he has 2 slips waiting, crouching, and this is a very well-played stroke off the legs, a through square leg by number 12. A fine stroke indeed, pitched up on the leg stump and worked away nicely out towards the square leg boundary for 4. So that's the first scoring stroke that we have seen from Nevis, played by the right-handed number 11, and that's Delano Smitten. Lovely stroke indeed to get him off the mark. So here at Warner Park we have brilliant sunshine, glorious sunshine here at Warner Park. Not any crowd on hand really. Wide delivery outside the line of the off stump, and the batsman picking up the line well, judging the line well, and allowing it to go through to the wicketkeeper standing back. The wicketkeeper of Antigua, he wears number 37, and that's Tanez Francis. Tanez Francis is the wicketkeeper. Another very good delivery outside the line of the off stump. We had the batsman in 2 minds, and the Nevisians are 8 for 2 in the 3rd over. 3rd over being bowled by the player with number 17 on his shirt. That's Michaeli Tong. He's bowling from the southern or Lozak Road end. And on that occasion, he is much too wide outside the line of the off stump and left alone by the batsman Yolano Smitten to be taken behind by wicket keeper Francis. So looking at the field for Tong. Tong has 2 slips. In first slip we have Zandon Hobson, and second slip Matthew Miller. There is a backward point, cover, mid-off. There's a man in the forward square leg, just to the right of the umpire, and that's played away backward of square into the boundary for 4. Lovely stroke, pitched up on the legs, and there he was with a great flourish, playing it away towards the deep backward square leg boundary into the boundary for 4. So another 4 to the right-handed Carlton Pluck, and that takes him on to 8. The total at the end of the third over, 13 for 2. Nevis the batsman at the other end is Amory Jones, and he is yet to score. So, Amory Jones wears the number 20. He's a left-hander. And that one was outside the line of the off stump. He was looking to play through the line, but he didn't get a nick, and it was taken behind by wicket keeper Tanez Francis. There's a little conversation between Pluck and the batsmen go through for a very quick single, pushed out into the offside, and a quick single taken. That takes the score on to 14. 14 for 2 in over number 4. 14.2 overs, and Nevis .2 overs, correction. Nevis 14 for 2. So we continue to be graced here by brilliant sunshine at Warner Park. Not a crowd on hand. It's West Indies under 17, under 19 cricket. Nevis versus Antigua being played here at Warner Park. So quick single taken by the 2 batsmen to take the score on to 15 for 2. A delivery that was pitched up on about middle and off stump, and there was the right-hander coming forward, Pluck, and pushing it towards mid-off and calling Jones quickly through for a single. Pluck moves on to 9. Jones on 1, 15 for 2 in over number 4. So they're scoring at 4.09 runs per over. At 4.09, a projected score of 205 from their allotted 50 overs. Jones is on the front foot, and delivery well pitched up in line with middle and off stump, pushed out onto the offside to short extra cover. Outside edge found there, but dropping short of the fielder at the first slip. So it didn't quite carry to the fielder at first slip, but he was able to prevent it from going to the boundary, and the batsman went through for a single, which takes the total on to 16 for 2 at the end of the fourth over. So the Nevisians are scoring at exactly 4 runs per over at this point. The game began at 10. They had a prompt start at 10. It's just about 20 minutes past 10. The Antiguans are continuing with pace from the southern or Lozak road end. And is Jean-Baptiste of not a very long run, but he generates quite a bit of pace. Very quick delivery there. Loud appeal by the Antigans, but the appeal was negated, turned down by umpire Troy Mills, it seems. Umpire Troy Mills is officiating, presiding at the southern end. And another well-pitched up delivery by Tong. So Tong is bowling from the southern or Lozak road end. And Jean-Baptiste, with the number 40 inscribed on his shirt, he's bowling from the media center end, or the northern end. Two very good deliveries there to begin the fifth over. Both had shouts of appeals. Another appeal by the Antigans, but seemingly that one was off the outside edge and picked up by the fielder coming in from long leg. And the batsman went through for a single. And Carlton Pluck, the Nevisian vice captain, he is on 9. Amory Jones is on 3. And after 4.3 overs, Nevis, who are batting first here at Warner Park, they are 17 for 2. As Tong makes his way in and is very wide outside the line of the off stump, I am very sure that Pluck is of the view that that should have been called wide, but nonetheless there are marks there to guide the umpire as to whether it's a wide or not. So in the opinion of umpire Troy Mills, it was well within the lines, and no wide was signaled. The Tongue will come in again. It's short on line with middle and leg stump. And Pluck was into his wicket and pulled it along the ground to the fielder at forward square leg, and was able to go through for a run. So that takes Pluck on to 10, and the total 18 for 2. So the Nevisians have had 2 early setbacks. They lost, brilliantly bowled, my goodness. That was a beautiful delivery, well pitched up on middle stump, and middle stump cat wheeled out of the ground, plucked completely out of the ground. So the left-handed Jones, Amory Jones, was comprehensively beaten and bowled by Tong, Michele Tong, and the Nevisians slipped into further trouble at 18 for 3. 18 for 3, Nevis struggling here at Warner Park in the early stages of this game versus Antigua. So we have seen the completion of the 5th over, and once again, at the end of the 1st over, the Antiguans picked up a wicket to the final delivery of the 1st over, and here again they have picked up a wicket to the final delivery of the 5th over. And the new batsman going out to join Carlton Pluck, he has the number 7 inscribed on his back, and that's the captain himself, Jevon Manners. So Jevon Manners bats in the middle order for Nevis. So it's a combination of vice captain Carlton Pluck and Jevon Manners. They have formed a union at the middle for Nevis. So the partnership here is between Carlton Pluck, the vice captain, and Jevon Manners, and they have quite a lot of repair work to do for Nevis. Nevis reeling at 18 for 3 after 5 overs, bearing in mind that it's a 50-over game. So there are quite a number of overs to be bowled still. So Pluck and Manners, the captain and the vice captain, Manners and Pluck, captain and vice captain, they have some repair work here to do. They have some repairs to do to repair the innings of Nevis. And here we see a counter-attack here by the right-handed Pluck, driving through extra cover for 4. Delivery pitched up outside the line of the off stump, and Pluck with the full flow of the bat driving through extra cover into the boundary for 4. Lovely stroke by Pluck. That is going to take his total up to 14, and the Nevisians 22 for 3 after 5.1 overs. I guess the vice captain Pluck is saying that he will have to counter-attack here for Nevis, and here we see him playing a naughty stroke. A delivery wide outside the line of the off stump, signaled wide by the umpire. And a nice diving take there by the wicket keeper. Tanez Francis diving away to his left and coming up with a brilliant save. Pluck will want to be cautious. He will have to repair the damage done by the Antiguans in the first 5 overs, having picked up 3 wickets. Good delivery by the left-handed Jean-Baptiste, bowling a left-arm medium pace. He's bowling over the wicket from the media center end. And he has full toss on that occasion, middle and leg stump, and played straight down to mid-on for a single, where it's fielded by Tazio Watson with 89 inscribed on his shirt. That takes the total on to 24 for 3. Nevis batting first here at Warner Park in glorious sunshine, brilliant sunshine here at Warner Park. Jean-Baptiste again maintaining that full line outside the line of the off stump. Pluck looking to drive, but not really timing it well. And it trickles out onto the offside. And that is what is called an uppercut. Shot outside the line of the off stump, and Pluck deliberately lifting it over the slip into the third man boundary for 4. That takes his total on to 15. Total 28 for 3 after 5.5 overs. Pluck having struck some 3-4s so far. So, Pluck looks very positive, the vice captain of the Nevis team. And he would want to maintain that positivity. Nevis reeling. Here we see a nice off drive by Pluck towards mid-off for a single. That takes him on to 16. And the total 29 for 3 at the end of 6 overs. The current run rate is 4.83. At this run rate, 4.83, the projected score is 242. Some 27 runs have come off the last 5 overs, and the divisions, they have lost 2 wickets in the process. Looking at the bowling so far, Jean-Baptiste has bowled 3 overs, no maiden, 13 runs, and he has picked up 2 wickets. No, correction, that's the figures of Michele Tong, 3 overs, no maiden, 13 runs, 2 wickets. And Jared Jean-Baptiste, who has just bowled yet another wide, and before this, 3 overs, no maiden, 16 runs, 1 wicket. Wide bowled by Tong, correction. So, Tong is bowling from the southern end. So the Antiguans have decided to maintain the pressure. They've decided to maintain the pressure on the divisions. They have not introduced any of their slower bowlers as yet. They are continuing with the pace attack, because we are only into the 7th over. It's 30 for 3 after 6.2 overs, 6.1. Hopefully, as the day progresses and as the game advances further into today, there will be a build-up of the crowd. There will be an increase in the crowd. I guess it all depends on the level of promotion, the level of advertisement that went into promoting this tournament. We just saw the completion of the 4-day game between the Leeward Islands and Barbados, with Barbados coming from behind to defeat the Leeward Islands. Two batsmen there scampering through for a quick single. Takes the total on to 31 for 3. Manners on 6 and Pluck on 15. So this under-19 tournament probably could have been promoted a bit more, could have been advertised a bit more. We have to get into the habit of marketing our cricket and really advertising cricket as much as possible to let the public know that we have cricket here at Warner Park. So that is something that we need to work on going forward, both now and in the future. Marketing the game, we have to let the schools know, let the public know that cricket is here at Warner Park. Too many times we have games being played at Warner Park and not too many people are aware. So that is something that has to be worked on. Cricket Association may probably want to enlist my services as a PRO to assist with marketing cricket here in St. Kitts. St. Kitts has such a lovely outfield, such a wonderful outfield. It's not a large ground by any means. It's not a huge ground, but a very flat, lovely ground for cricket, and traditionally known as a batsman's paradise. So batsmen sometimes, I'm sure, would want to take up Warner Park and go everywhere they are going with it. It's really a batting-friendly wicket, a batsman's paradise. This one is short, and he is looking to pull. It's a bit uppish, and he has lost his bat. That's Manners. Manners lost his bat. Had to complete the second run with the bat in the crease, or just outside of the popping crease on the other strip. But nonetheless, the batsmen were able to complete 2 runs. 2 more runs to Pluck, and the total advances to 33. 33 for 3 in over number 7. We have Tong coming in again, and a lovely hook stroke there by Manners. It was short, and he was into his wicket and controlled it well and played it down to a deep backward square, or the man on the long leg boundary actually, and picked up another single. The total moves on to 34 for 3. Carlton Pluck on 18, and Manners on 6 at the end of the 7th over. They are scoring at 4.86 runs per over, and a projected score of 243 at 4.86. So again, we remind you of the 11 players. And that was a lovely straight drive there by Pluck, getting onto the front foot and with the full face of the bat, played it straight back into the trio of stumps at the end at which Jevon Manners, the non-striker, is standing, disturb the bails. So the bails have to be replaced by the presiding umpire. Pluck looks a good picture. And here he is playing a flooring off drive out towards wide long off into the boundary for 4. Pitched up outside the line of the off stump, and Pluck getting onto the front foot and with the full flow of the bat, giving it full treatment and playing it out towards wide long off for 4. So a lovely stroke by Pluck, taking him on to 22 and the total 38 for 3. Nevis looking to make a recovery here because they were at one point reeling, having lost 2 wickets in the first 2 overs. And at the end of the 5th over, the final delivery, they lost their 3rd wicket. So within the first 5 overs, Nevis lost 3 wickets. And they are looking for a good partnership here between their captain, Carlton Pluck, and Jevon Manners. Pluck is on 23, Manners on 6. It's 39 for 3. They have completed another single. So Jevon Manners is the captain of the Nevisian team. The vice captain is Carlton Pluck. Manners is number 7, Pluck number 11. Delivery pitched up on about middle and leg stump and nicely worked off the legs there by Manners out towards the fielder at square leg to the right of umpire Troy Mills. Well fielded and no run. Again, Manners looking to beat the fielder at short extra cover and unable to do so at the end of over number 8. So at the end of over number 8, it's 39 for 3 Nevis. And Jevon Manners, the captain of Nevis, number 7, Carlton Pluck, vice captain, number 11, Rajani Dida, number 17, light brown, Rajani Dida, number 16, light brown is number 20, Amory Jones, number 12, and Jadon Herbert, number 12, Jadon Herbert is number 4. Amory Jones, number 12. Light brown, number 20. Rajani Dida is number 16. Number 15 is LaShawn Weeks. Number 17 is Tayshawn Wilkinson. Delroy Prentice is number 19. Yolano Smith is number 25. And Jaden Brown is number 2. And we have seen the first 6 of the innings, lifted over deep backward square leg for 6, short delivery, and Pluck making no mistake, helping it over the deep backward square leg boundary for 6, signaled by umpire Troy Mills. So that takes Pluck on to 29, and the Nevisians on to 45 for 3 in the 9th over. A short lifting delivery by Tong and put away for a maximum by Pluck, and Tong probably tiring a bit, straying outside the line of the leg stump and signaled wide by umpire Troy Mills. That takes the score to 46. 46 for 3. In over number 9. And what should have been only a single turned out to be 2 runs for Pluck to take him on to 31. A gentle push out onto the offside, out towards short, extra cover. Fielder fielded cleanly, attempted to shy at the stumps, missed. There was no one backing up, and Pluck was able to call Manners through for an overthrow, which earned him an additional run to take his total onto 31. Tong again, wide outside the line of the off stump, not forcing the batsman to play, and not really applying pressure. And with Snips waiting, he'll be better advised to bowl a little closer to the stumps. They have Zandon Hobson at first slip, wearing number 23. Matthew Miller clapping away, wearing number 2, second slip. And they're encouraging Tom to maintain a good line and a good length. A little closer to the batsman, but still too wide to induce a stroke or to force the batsman to play. Taken behind by wicketkeeper Taneas Francis. So we continue to be graced by brilliant sunshine here at Warner Park. Lovely conditions, excellent conditions for cricket. Tong touching down on about off stump and moving further away. Taken behind by the wicketkeeper. That brings up the end of the over. That's the completion of over number 9 with Pluck on 31, Manners on 6. The Nevisians batting first here at Warner Park in this, the Leeward Islands under 19 tournament, 48 for 3. So we are going to have a slight break as we see the ground staff coming on to the strip. They have been waved off, so seemingly they were going to have a drinks break, but we have heard one of the players saying that the drinks break will come at the end of the next over. There's a slight hold up in play as we see the third umpire going out with a box of white balls, and we saw umpire Troy Mills and the presiding umpire, who is now having a discussion with the two batters and one of the Antiguan players. Another Antiguan player is close by but not quite involved in the conversation. The discussion is seemingly about the ball. Apparently they have had to change the ball. You see the umpire bumping the ball onto the turf, onto the adjacent pitch, the adjacent strip. And a ball that seems to be shining more, has been given to the new bowler. So the Antiguans are making their first change with Matthew Miller coming into the attack from the northern or media center end. He has had one bit of a practice run He throws the ball to the fielder at short extra cover, who throws it to the fielder at wide mid-off, who is the medium fast bowler, Jean-Baptiste. So Matthew is into the attack and he seems to be bowling medium fast. It's played out to the fielder at square leg. Who is Tayari Tong. So the Antiguans seem to have two tongs on their team. This one is played out towards cover. And the batsman completes a single. So Miller of not a very long run. Right arm, medium fast. And Pluck was attempting to pull through forward square. Got a thick inside edge. And it trickled out towards short square leg. And that has brought up the 50 for Nevis. 50 coming up off 9.3 overs at 5.26 runs per over. A very bad bit of fielding there by Watson at mid-on, moving to his left, not fielding cleanly and allowing the two batsmen to complete a single where there should have been no run had he fielded cleanly. So that takes the total on to 52 as Miller with a sharp delivery taking the batsman Pluck back onto his that's Manners back onto his stumps, and the batsmen were able to complete a single nonetheless. So Miller is into his first over. He has just come into the attack. First change by the Antiguans. Very bad bit of work there by the fielder, running away from mid-on to his right, out towards a wide mid-wicket, and trying desperately to keep the ball in play, but unable to do so, as he tried some footballing skills. He tried to pull it back with the right boot, but was unable to do so, and it trickled into the rope, resulting in a boundary for Pluck. And Pluck moves on to 35. The total 57 for 3 at the end of the 10th over. The Nevisians scoring at exactly 5.7 runs per over. Manners on 9 with 1-4. Pluck on 35 with 5 fours and 1-6. Tong has bowled 5 overs, 27 runs, 2 wickets, no maiden. 5 overs, no maiden, 27 runs, 2 wickets for Tong. Tong has bowled reasonably well. One remembers him picking up the second wicket or the third wicket with a well pitched up delivery which uprooted the middle stump. That one was played away to deep cover. The man on the deep cover boundary coming in a bit to his left and fielding. One more run to Manners to take him on to 10. And the total 58 for 3, Nevis. So we have seen a change in bowling from the southern or Lozak Road end with the bowler Ozan Williams, who bowls right arm off spin, and he is much too wide outside the line of the off stump and appropriately signaled wide by umpire Troy Mills. And that takes the total on to 59 for 3 in over number 11. So Ozan Williams is into the attack from the southern or Lozak Road end. He is bowling his first over, right arm off spin. He's a little more on target. Pluck playing it out towards short mid wicket and calling Manners through for a single. The total progresses to 60 for 3, Nevis. Batting first. And that was a badly lined delivery, very badly lined delivery there by Williams, and well put away by the right-handed Manners. So Manners pulling away towards deep backward square leg for 4, taking him on to 14, his second 4, and the total on to 64 for 3. We are now picking up that the toss was won by Nevis. Nevis won the toss and opted to bat first. So it was not a case of Antigua winning the toss and inserting Nevis. Nevis won the toss and decided to make full use of a good batting track here at Warner Park. Warner Park, traditionally known as a batting paradise, a batsman's paradise. And it would have seemed early on when the Nevisians lost 2 wickets in the first 2 overs, and then again lost the 3rd wicket at the end of the 5th over. So within 5 overs they were reeling at 3 wickets down, but they are now seeing a good partnership building between the captain Manners and the vice captain Pluck. They have really applied themselves well. They have occupied the crease and they have kept the scoreboard ticking. They have been picking the gaps and putting away the bad balls, putting away the bad deliveries. a very good partnership developing here between Devon Manners, the captain, and Carlton Pluck, the vice captain. And here we see a lovely off drive out towards extra cover for 4. Lovely off drive by the captain Manners, pitched up outside the off stump by Matthew Miller. Manners getting onto the front foot and driving fluently through extra cover, bisecting the gap between short extra cover and deep mid-off out towards the boundary for 4. Manners now with his third 4, moving on to 19 as they complete another single. So that really was a lovely off drive by the Nevisian captain Devon Manners, bisecting the gap between Jean-Baptiste at deep mid-off and the fielder at short extra cover. And the Antiguan captain has decided to pluck the gap and he has put in a fielder on the offside. That is the gap through which the off drive went for 4. He has placed Zandon Hobson there and this one is played in the air and it goes over fine leg for 6. So it was a short lifting delivery, a delivery that was short, rising, and there was Pluck going for the pull and getting a top edge over fine leg into the boundary for 6. So that's the second 6 for Pluck, and he has moved into the 40s on 41. At the end of the 12th over, the Nevisian scoring at 6.17 runs per over, 74 for 3, with the captain Manners on 19 with 3 4s, having faced 16 deliveries, and Pluck scoring at more than a run a ball, 35 balls, 41 runs, 6 4s, and 2 6s. The off spinner is continuing. Brilliant stop there by the fielder at short extra cover, diving away to his right. Manners looking to beat extra cover to his right. Brilliant save by the fielder at extra cover, diving away to his right. Manners picks up another single, and he's on to 20. The total now 75 for 3 in over number 13. Pluck looking to sweep, taken on the pad. Question asked by the Antiguans, but turned down by umpire Troy Mills. Umpire Troy Mills, jack of all trades, cricket umpire, football umpire, just about every sphere, every aspect of Kittian life, particularly sportscaster, Win FM, program host, sports program Tuesdays. And there is Pluck looking again to sweep. Comes off a thin edge and just trickles to the short fine leg. No run scored. That brings up the end of over number 13. Pluck is on 41. Manners on 20. Pluck is on 41, Manners on 20, and it's 75 for 3. Nevis after 13 overs. So Matthew Miller is bowling the 14th over from the media center end, and he's bowling to Manners, who is on 20. Manners scoring at a runner ball, 20 of 20 deliveries, 3 fours. Pluck 41 of 38 deliveries with 6 fours, and it really should be 2 sixes because 6 was signal. Wow, that was a brute of a delivery there by Miller, generating some pace, getting some good pace off the strip. And he had Pluck taking evasive action, bobbing and weaving out of the way. And one short delivery for the over signaled by the umpire. Slower delivery there by Miller, deceiving Pluck somewhat. Very sharp delivery again, and a question asked by the Antiguans. Struck on the pad, leg by signal by the umpire. And probably doing a little bit too much on that occasion. That delivery touched down on about off stump and was moving, cutting back into the right-hander. And in the opinion of the umpire, probably would have been missing leg stump. The appeal negated, turned down by the umpire. Another slower delivery attempted by Miller, but on that occasion he did not quite have his bearings right and was a little too wide outside the line of the off stump and signaled wide by the umpire, rightly so. The field for Miller is well spread. There is no close catcher close to the stumps. No close catcher whatsoever. They have dispensed off the slips. They previously had 2 slips, first and second slip. Those 2 slips have been done away with. There is a third man. There is a backward point. There is a sweeper, cover, deep under cover boundary, an extra cover, mid-off, deep, mid-on, deep mid-wicket, right out on the boundary, and a man at the long leg position, out on the long leg boundary, where that 6 went, above his head. Short lifting delivery again, and the umpire is having a word with Miller, probably letting him know that he had already bowled a short delivery for the over. That's a second short delivery, and having been warned previously, the second short delivery is has been signaled wide by the umpire. The youngsters are aware of the rules. They are pretty much aware of the rules, and if it's the rule states it's one bouncer per over, you bowl a second one, you will be penalized, and that is exactly what has happened. And he is now outside the line of the off stump, pushed out towards backward point, and another single to Manners, who moves on to 22, and the score 80 for 3. Nevis batting first. And at the end of 14 overs, we are seeing the first drinks break. The players are going to refresh themselves. 14 overs completed. Total 80 for 3. Nevis, after winning the toss and deciding to bat. Carlton Pluck, the vice captain, he's on 41 of 40 deliveries with 6 fours, 1 6. Should be 2 sixes. We will have that confirmed later on. He has a strike rate of 102.5. Manners, 22 of 23 deliveries with 3 fours, a strike rate of 95.65. The Nevisians are scoring at 5.71 currently, and their projected score at 5.71 is 286. Should they continue at 5.71 from here on? So we are at drinks, and looking at the bowling so far. We are going to give you the bowling figures so far. Very shortly, we are going to give you the bowling figures. But the Nevisians have come back well, because at the end of 5 overs, they were already 3 wickets down. Already 3 wickets down at the end of 5 overs, and we are now into the 14th over. So in the last 5 overs, they have scored 32 runs without losing a wicket. And a very good partnership has developed between Carlton Pluck, the vice captain, who is now on 41, and Jevon Manners, who is on 22. And they would want these two, who seem to be two of their more accomplished players in their batting order, they would want them to carry on for as long as possible here. They would want them to carry on for as long as possible and to build on this partnership that's ongoing between the two. The players are refreshing themselves. They seem to be making their way back into the middle. The two bowlers who are currently operating for Antigua, Matthew Miller, the right arm medium fast bowler bowling from the media center or the northern end. He has bowled 3 overs, no more than 21 runs, and picked up no wicket. Ozan Williams, the right arm off spinner, who is bowling from the southern or Lozak Road end. He has bowled 2 overs for 8 runs. No success, no maiden. And the total 80 for 3. Nevis. So we are about to see the resumption of play. With the right arm off spinner Williams coming in from the southern or Lozak Road end. And that one played through square leg. By Manners. Manners moves on to 23. And Pluck has come on strike. Williams a little too wide outside the line of the off stump, not forcing Pluck to play. Pluck looking for a big heave over mid wicket. It's given out leg before by umpire Troy Mills. So a delivery pitched on about middle and leg. And there was Pluck looking for the big heave, playing across the line, playing right across the line, and being struck in front. A loud appeal by the Antiguans, upheld by umpire Troy Mills. And Pluck goes for 41. Good knock by Pluck. Very good innings by Pluck. It's a pity he did not hang around for much longer. Didn't stay there with the captain Manners and to build on their partnership. So Pluck, a leg before Ozan Williams for 41 or 43 deliveries with 6 fours and 1-6, strike rate of 95.35. The new batter for Nevis going out into the middle to join the captain, Jevon Manners, is LeSean Weeks, the batsman wearing the number 15 on his jersey. LeSean Weeks is a new batsman. Sort of diminutive figure, shortish in stature, with his maroon Nevisian cap. The Nevisians wearing all maroon, maroon top, maroon jerseys, long sleeve, short sleeve. Maroon tops, short sleeve tops, and maroon trousers, maroon pants. And there's a loud appeal there by the Antiguans for either stumping or catch at the wicket. But the appeal was turned down by umpire Troy Mills. Antiguans really thought they had their man there. Weeks was a little bit tentative in that stroke, the off stump, and there he was prodding forward, not really getting in line with the delivery and playing properly. And the captain Manners has called him down to have a word in the middle. So there is a mid-pitch conference between Manners and Weeks. And I'm pretty sure that the captain Manners, Jevon Manners, is saying to Weeks, you have to play with a little bit more assurance. You have to play with a little bit more aplomb, a little bit more confidence. And pick up the line of the delivery and play straight. Miller continues from the media center end, and there he is straying on the legs of Manners, and Manners making no mistake, just glancing it fine into the fine leg boundary for 4. So a very good stroke by Manners, pitched up on line with the leg stump, and there was Manners using his wrist and just tucking it off the toes, off the pads, into the fine leg boundary for 4. Nice delicate stroke there by Manners for 4. Matthew Miller appears to be the captain of the Antiguan team. Matthew Miller is the captain, and he's being encouraged by his fellow Antiguan players. Good delivery, pushed out respectfully on the offside, and the Antiguans shouting, well bowled, skip. Hearing a lot of shouting by the Antiguans. Another well-pitched up delivery on line with the middle and off stump. And a very compact Pluck with a straight bat, pushing it back down the offside to the bowler himself. No addition to the total. So we have umpires, Rudolph Watley, who is the presiding umpire from the northern or media center end. The square leg umpire is Troy Mills. The third umpire is Vinshaw Mangra, who is well known on the eastern side as a minibus operator. Probably not too many people knows that Vinshaw has been a cricket umpire for a long time. And we have Yvette Summersall as the scorer. The total moves on to 86 for 4. And Matthew is being complimented by his peers, being complimented by his teammates for a well bowled over, which has come to an end. It's 86 for 4, Nevis. It's a 50 over encounter, Nevis versus Antigua here at Warner Park in the Leeward Islands under 17/under 19 tournament. Nevis won the toss and decided to take first strike. So Nevis won the toss and decided to bat first. At the end of 5 overs, they had already lost 3 wickets. But they have recovered considerably. They have recovered quite a bit. And we saw a good little partnership between the vice captain, Carlton Pluck, and Jevon Manners, which was broken just before the last drinks break, the first drinks break. So the right arm off spinner Williams is too wide outside the line of the off stump. Signaled wide by umpire Troy Mills, and his teammates saying to him, one line, one side, off stump line. They would rather see him bowl an off stump line as opposed to a line outside the leg stump, resulting in wides being signaled by the umpires. Quicker, flatter, faster delivery outside the line of the off stump. It brings up the end of over number 17, and at the end of the 17th over, Manners is on 29 with 4 fours from 35 deliveries, a strike rate of 82.86. Williams has bowled 4 overs, no maiden, 11 runs, 1 wicket. Picked up the wicket of Carlton Pluck. Last wicket to go. Is that a Pluck for 41? So we are now into over number 18. Played away out towards wide third man. Third man comes off the boundary, fields, and 1 run to Manners. Manners is into the 30s, is on 30. Full delivery there, but one could have seen it swinging in the air down towards the leg side. And the umpire, Rudolph Watley, in the very best position to see that. Stifled appeal by the Antiguans. Top edge there by Weeks, very ungainly, not in control. It doesn't seem to be too assured at the crease. Seems to be batting low on confidence, short on confidence. And evidently the reason for this seems to be a deficiency in its technique. Seems to be somewhat short on technical skills, technical abilities, which he will certainly have to work on. The Nevisians will have to work on that with young Weeks. Okay, he's batting pretty high in the order. And if you're batting at number 6, you really should have some technical batting skills. And the name is LeSean Weeks. Seems to be struggling out there. Again, another sharp uppercut by the captain Manners over the head of first slip and into the third man boundary for 4. So it was sharp, rising, short, lifting delivery, and Manners looking to go square of the wicket on the offside, really. But he got a top edge, and it flew over the head of the slip fielder, the lone slip fielder, and into the third man boundary for 4. That takes the total onto 94 for 4, with Manners on 34 and Weeks on 1. So the right arm off spinner, Ozan Williams, is coming in from the southern or Lozak Road end. It's played out towards backward point to move to his right and fields. No addition to the total. Weeks again, very ungainly, not really getting to the pitch of the delivery, not getting in line, and easily beaten by Williams outside the line of the off stump. Much better in defense this time around. Getting to the pitch on that occasion and pushing it back down the track on the offside. Outside edge found. It's running out towards the third man boundary. It seems to have the momentum to get into the third man boundary as it does now. For useful runs to Weeks and Nevis. And the total moving on to 98. And Weeks to the pleasant drive out towards the cover, deep cover, sweeping on the boundary. He picks up another single. And the total advances to 99. That brings up the end of another Williams over. At the end of over number 19, it's 99 for 4, with Weeks on 6 at 1-4, having faced 10 deliveries, and Manners and having faced 40 deliveries so far. We are in the 20th over. The divisions are 99 for 4, with Matthew continuing from the northern or media center end. Right arm, medium fast, on line with middle and leg, and pushed out towards square leg for a single to bring up the 100 for Antigua. So Antigua, 100 is up. The 100 is up off 19.3 overs. Weeks on 7. Manners 34. Short lifting delivery outside the line of the off stump, and we see umpire Rudolph Watley signaling to the Antiguan captain Matthew Miller that it's 1 for the over. First lifting delivery, rising delivery signal to him by the umpire, so he has been forewarned. Played out towards forward square leg by Manners for a single. Delivery lined with middle and leg, and nicely played out towards forward square leg by Manners for another single to take him on to 35. Manners does look a very accomplished player. Seems to be technically correct, and there we see Weeks loitering Weeks and had the throw been a lot more accurate, a direct hit, Weeks would have been way out of his crease. And you see the captain Manners calling him down to have a word with him to let him know that you have to be much more urgent. You have to show more urgency. You cannot be loitering on a single like that. A single is a single. You have to complete the single. Unless the single is completed, the ball remains live. If there was someone backing up or a direct throw, Weeks would have been a long way out of his crease. Very good delivery there by Williams, forcing Weeks to defend out onto the onside to the right of short mid-wicket, to the left of short mid-wicket, a little closer to wide mid-on. Weeks attempting to drive a bit upish, driving but not keeping it on the carpet, not keeping it on the floor. Here we see him rehearsing the stroke that he probably should have played. Get more over the delivery and play down. Now he's all along the carpet, out towards wide long off, wide long off, moving to his left towards an extra cover position to pick up, and the total moves on to 103. 103 for 4. Weeks again going out towards the sweeper who comes off the boundary and fields, and one more to Weeks to take him on to 8. Manners and 36 back on strike. 104 for 4 in over number 21. Nevis batting first here at Warner Park after winning the toss and deciding to take first strike, deciding to bat first. You see Weeks defending nicely to bring up the end of another Ozan Williams over. That's the end of over number 21. It's 104 for 4. Manners and 36 with 5 fours, 44 deliveries. Weeks on 8 of 18 deliveries, 1 4. We do not have a crowd on hand here as such. It would have been a good decision, a good option for the local cricket association in collaboration or in conjunction with the Leeward Islands board, Leeward Islands Cricket Board, to make some arrangements with the local schools. Some schools are already on break, to have some school students come in to look at the game, to sort of generate interest in the game of cricket. So we want our youngsters to see the game, understand the game, learn the game, and gravitate towards the game, thereby increasing our pool of players at all levels, under 13 level, under 15, under 17, under 19. There we see Manners laying back and playing it out towards backward square, what should have been a single, but bad bit of fielding by the fielder at backward point, giving Manners an additional run. Badly lined delivery, which will be signaled wide by umpire Rudolph Watley. The fielder at backward point fielded cleanly, but threw at the stumps, and the keeper was unable to collect. There was no one backing up immediately, and it resulted in a second run to Manners, taking his total on to 38 in over number 22, 107 for 4. We see a lovely stroke there by Manners. A badly lined delivery, and Manners taking full toll and full advantage and putting it away deep backward square, through deep backward square leg for 4. We have Hobson into the attack from the northern or media center end. A good comeback delivery there by Hobson. The previous delivery was badly lined and was put away by Manners. Much better delivery. Much better line delivery to bring up the end of the over. And that brings up the end of over number 22. 111 for 4. Nevis batting first at Warner Park in the encounter Antigua versus Nevis here at Warner Park. The Leeward Islands under 17 under 19 tournament being played, well, men's under 19 tournament being played here at Warner Park. So it can be, it's actually 19 and under. So players who are under 19, if you're 19 or you're beneath the age, under the age of 19, you qualify to play for the 19 and under team of your island or your nation. The Leeward Islands under 17 / under 19 tournament 2025, starting here at Warner Park, 15th of April 2025. Williams continues from the Lozak Road end. He is much too wide outside the line of the leg stump, and signaled wide by umpire Troy Mills. His teammates would want him to line up with off stump. They would want him to get his bearings right, get his radar right, and line up with middle and off stump and look to clip the top of off or the top of middle stump. Weeks is forced to defend, and that brings up the end of over number 23. At the conclusion of over number 23, LaShawn Weeks is on 8 from 24 deliveries, 1-4. The captain, Jevon Manners, is 42 from 50 deliveries with 6 fours. And the current run rate, it's 112 for 4 after 23 overs. A very pleasant on drive there by Manners, playing through the line, through mid-on, out towards long on. Not fielded cleanly, misfielded by the fielder on the wide long on boundary, moving to his left. Luckily, he had some coverage, he had some backing up behind him, so hence the reason it did not go into the boundary for 4. Lovely delivery there by Hobson, beating Weeks outside the line of the off stump. We see Weeks taking one from outside the line of the off stump and playing it out towards straightish or wide long on for a single, and that takes Weeks on to 9. Manners 43, 114 for 4 in over number 24. It's a 50 over encounter under 19 Leeward Islands tournament being played here at Warner Park. The end of over number 24. Nevis winning the toss. Manners on 43, strike rate of 79.63. Williams continues from the southern end, bowling to Weeks. Weeks has grown in stature since his advent to the crease. He looked a little bit out of confidence. Wide delivery there by Williams, much too wide, forcing wicketkeeper Tanez Francis to go meters to his left to collect outside the line of the off stump. Williams would want to line up a little bit closer to the off stump and a much better line delivery. Good comeback by Williams. And we're hearing his teammates saying, well bowled, Ozan. Ozan Williams. And there is Weeks hitting that hard through mid-on and out towards long on for 4. So Weeks opening up the shoulders there and being a little enterprising, a little adventurous, and hitting straight through mid-on for 4. The second 4, LeSean Weeks moves on by 4. It's 116 for 4 at the end of over number 25. We are now at the halfway stage of the innings. It's a 50-over encounter. 50% of the overs have now been bowled. 25 overs completed. The Nevisians are 116 for 4. We look at the build on that score, because in the early stages of the game, they were reeling as we Lyle Brown, he was caught by Karik Mentor of the bowling of Michaeli Tong for no score. He only spent 6 minutes at the crease.
Do your 2 fingers like this and push it up.
Oh.
Yeah.
Rajani Dida, the Nevisian wicket-keeper, he was leg before Jared Jean-Baptiste for no score. He only spent 8 minutes at the crease. Carlton Pluck was leg before Ozan Williams, 41. He batted for 67 minutes. He struck 6 fours, faced 43 deliveries, and struck 1-6. Amari Jones, he was bowled by Michaeli Tong for 3, 13 deliveries, and he lasted 18 minutes. Devon Manners is now not out on 48, approaching a half century, 58 deliveries, 7 fours, and with him is Lashan Weeks, and that half century comes now. A lovely stroke through mid-wicket for 4 to bring up the half century for Devon Manners. So he has batted very well here for Nevis, coming in at a time when Nevis was reeling and in a lot of trouble. At the end of 26 overs, it's 129 for 4, Nevis, with Manners pushing on to 52. Oh, I seem to have gotten that wrong. LeSean Weeks is the batsman who actually scored the 4. Yeah, so the 4 was by Weeks and not by Manners. Manners is still on 48, and Weeks has pushed on to 17 with a total on 129 for 4 at the end of the 26th over. So we are now into over number 27, which is being bowled by Ozan Williams, and he starts with a wide. $131 for 4 in over number 27, being bowled by Williams. So Pluck scored 41 from 43 deliveries with 6 fours and a 6. And there was a very good partnership between Carlton Pluck, the vice captain of the Nevis team, and Javon Manners. Which restored some respectability to the Nevision total. The fall of wickets, he had the first wicket going with the total on 1, total on 2. That was light brown. It was 2 for 1 in over number 1. Last delivery of over number 1. And 4 runs signaled by umpire Troy Mills. That takes the total onto 137 for 4. With Manners pushing on to 49 with 7 fours of 60 deliveries. So continuing with the fall of wickets as we see the end of over number 27. The second batsman to go was Rajani Dida. It was 3 for 2. 3 runs, 2 wickets. 2 runs, 1 wicket. When the first wicket went, it was just 1 run on the board. 2 runs on the board. 3 runs on the board when the second wicket fell. Dida. First wicket was light brown. The third wicket to go, Dida went in over number 2, 1.2 overs, the second delivery of the second over. Brown going of the final delivery of the first over. Amory Jones, with the final delivery of the 5th over, it was 18 for 3 then. And we saw a nice partnership between Carlton Pluck, the vice captain, and Javon Manners. They took the total from 18 for 3 to 81 for 4 when Pluck went in the 15th over. The 4th delivery of over number 15. So there was a bit of a recovery there by Manners and Pluck with a very good partnership of 63 runs for the 4th wicket. So that 63-run partnership between Carlton Pluck and Manners Jevon Manners, who is now not out on 49, restored some respectability to the Nevision score, as we have seen the Antiguans introducing a new bowler into the attack. A very small body bowler, bowling medium fast from the northern or media center end. Right arm medium fast. He is, and there we see Manners bringing up his half century with a push to mid-on. Very good half century by Manners. It's a gentle push to mid-on and calling Weeks through, Leshon Weeks through for the single. And he has reached his landmark of 50 runs with 7 fours of 64 deliveries, a strike rate of 78.12. Very good batting by Manners. He looks a very good picture. And he seems to be technically sound, technically correct. Of course, there is always room for improvement. So the Nevision coaching staff and the management team, they can always point out the little flaws and the little errors that he may be making at the crease, but so far he has batted very well indeed for Nevis, taking the score now to 139 for 4. So Nevis is recovering nicely with the new bowler into the attack being Mentor, Kenrick Mentor. He doesn't even seem to be 17 as yet. He seems to be a very young player, probably around 14, 15, thereabout. Sometimes size can be deceptive, but he looks pretty young, very much under 17, and into the Antigua under 19 team. Medium fast bowler, bowling right arm medium fast. At the end of over number 28, it's 39 for 4. See Weeks looking for an expansive drive through extra cover, unable to beat extra cover, who is the same Tariq Mentor to his left. Weeks again forward defensively, and it's picked up by the fielder at backward point. The total remains 139 for 4 in the 29th over. Weeks is driving straight out towards deep mid-off, long off. The long off comes off the boundary and fields. 1-1. Weeks seem to be in trouble as he's caught. He's caught at backward square. He was looking to go over backward square, looking for the big heave, looking to put it away. It was a very bad delivery, really. Very, very bad delivery. And he was looking to take full advantage of it. He was looking to capitalize. But he did not quite get the timing. He did not get the elevation. He didn't get the power. And seemingly I have it wrong. It is not Weeks, but Manners. Manners caught by Jean-Baptiste. So my deepest apologies for that. It's not Weeks, it's Jevon Manners, who has gone for 50 off 66 deliveries with 7 fours, a strike rate of 75.76. The Manners was looking to clear the boundary. He was looking for a maximum. It was a very bad delivery. It was a long hop, a short delivery, and he was looking to heave it over deep backward square. He didn't get the timing. He didn't get the power. He did not get the elevation. Nothing went right in that stroke. And it just lobbed into the air for an easy catch for Jared Jean-Baptiste at short backward square of the bowling of Zanden Hobson. The total is 140 for 5 after 28.4 overs. Nevis slip into further trouble. They still have quite a number of overs to bat, so they will be hoping that the rest of their batsmen, the remaining batsmen, would occupy the crease and try to bat out the remaining overs in order to build a challenging score, a competitive total for Antigua to chase. Total moves on to 141 for 5 after 28.5 overs. Ozan Williams is operating from the southern or Lozak Road end. His over comes to an end. At the end of it, LeSean Weeks remains not out on 24. Delroy Prentice has joined him. He's on 1. The total 141 for 5 after 29 overs. And looking at the bowling, Michele Tong, 5 overs, no maiden, 27 runs, 2 wickets. He has been the most successful bowler for Antigua so far. Jared Jean-Baptiste, he has bowled 4 overs, no maiden, 21 runs. He has picked up 1 wicket for 15 runs. Matthew Miller, 6 overs, no maiden, 34 runs, no wicket. Matthew Miller, 6 overs, no maiden, 34 runs, no wicket. Ozan Williams, 9 overs, no maiden, 32 runs, 1 wicket. Loud appeal by the Antiguans, but turned down by umpire Rudolph Watley. Accurate throw there coming from the fielder at long off. Hitting the stumps directly, but the batsman was well and truly home. Zanden Hobson has bowled 4 overs, no maiden, 21 runs, and he has picked up 1 wicket. Kenrick Mentor so far 1.2 overs. So he's into his second over, third delivery of his second over. None for 2 so far. The number 3 on his back, very young player. He seems to be the youngest player on the Antiguan team and the smallest as well. Makes his way in from the media center end. He bowls a good delivery to Weeks, who was looking to turn it on the onside. It was well lined. And Weeks was a bit tucked up there. So again, wherever you are viewing or listening, it's Leeward Islands men's under-19 tournament being played at Warner Park in Bastia, St. Kitts. And there we see a lofted drive by Weeks. Weeks seemed to be convinced that he was going to get 4. He started to walk, thinking that he didn't have to run. And he ended up with 2 runs when, in truth and in fact, really and truly, he should have ended up with at least 3 runs had he completed the first run much faster, much more efficiently. He was a little bit too lackluster in his approach there, a little too lethargic. Very good delivery there by Mentor, keeping a good line outside the line of the off stump. He's not a big body man by any means, small body man, diminutive figure, but he has a nice lively pace. Not too much of a long run. Not too much of a long run. Nice approach to the crease. Again, he's online. As Weeks tucked up. Weeks can do no more than push it out onto the offside to bring up the end of the second over by Kenrick Mentor, who has now bowled 2 overs for 4 runs, no maiden and no success as yet. Nevis at the end of 30 overs, 144 for 5. 144 for 5, Nevis. The batsmen gone so far, light brown for no score. Johnny Didder for no score. So the 2 openers did not trouble the scorers at all. They both failed to get off the mark. Nice looking drive there by Prentice, the left-hander. Pluck batted well for 41. He struck 6 fours and 1 6. Amory Jones scored 3. Manners batted well for his half-century. 50 of 66 deliveries. 7 fours. Strike rate of 75.76. The strike rate of Carlton Pluck, 95.35. Weeks so far with a strike rate of 55.32 on 26 with 4 fours, having faced 47 deliveries thus far. So Ozan Williams continues, and he bowls him. A beautiful off-cutter. Coming back in from outside the line of the left-hander's off stump, which would be a leg break to the right-hander. So there was Prentice looking to play through the offside, and Ozan Williams getting some good turn, getting some good grip off the pitch, good bite and turn, and the defensive push of Prentice comprehensively penetrated there by Williams, disturbing the middle and off stump, and the Nevisians have lost their 6th wicket in the 30 at the end of 31 overs for 144. Prentice scored 1. The Nevis here, they will want to be very careful. There are still some 19 overs left of the 50 overs, and they have batted 31 overs so far for 144 runs. There's still plenty of overs left, a lot of deliveries left, and they would want to bat out the remaining overs and try to make this go as challenging as possible for the Antiguans. Mentor is wide outside the line of the leg stump, and it's signaled wide by umpire Rudolph Watley. So the divisions with a scoring rate of 4.68 at this point. They would want to build on this score as much as possible. They wouldn't want to become complacent. They still have 4 wickets in hand. After this over, there will be 18 more overs. They would want to maximize the overs. A straight drive straight back into the stumps at the non-striker's end. So a little too straight by Weeks. Weeks would probably want to bisect the gap between the stumps and the non-striker. His partner, who is Krishna Godari, with the number 4 on his back. Weeks is in the air, and is he going to be caught? No, it falls in no man's land. So it falls between the mid-off and the short extra cover. It was in the air, up his stroke by Weeks, but he was very fortunate to get away with that. That takes him on to 27, and the total 146 for 6 after 31.3 overs. Mentor bowls, and this one is plundered straight into the long off boundary for 4 by Godari. Mentor was up in his arc, right up, and Godari was just planting that left foot forward and really struck it hard, powerfully out towards long off aerial, uppish, but safe. 4 runs. The total moves on to 150. So that stroke has brought up the 150. And here we see Godari again going over long on this time. So he's using the long handle and clearing long on for 6 more. So 10 runs in 2 deliveries. Powerful 4 through long off, and clearing long on over the long on boundary for 6, taking the total on to 156 after 31.5 overs. So Godari is counter-attacking here for Nevis and really launching into Mentor, who is very, very wide outside the line of the off stump and signaled wide by umpire Watley. So Mentor just losing his range there, losing his bearings, losing his line and length, not maintaining that tight line and length that he had earlier, and a little bit too wide outside the off stump. Very good slower delivery, somewhat deceiving Godari there, but Mentor, being a very short individual, doesn't quite have the height to have made an attempt to pluck that out of the air with his left hand, and it went out towards long off for a single to Godari, taking Godari onto, I have been using the wrong name, so the name is Jadon Herbert. Alright, so I was looking at my list and got the numbers right, but the list has actually deceived me, because Jadon Herbert is showing up as number 12 on my list, and Krishna Godari is showing up as number 4. The batsman at the crease is wearing number 4, so I was using the name assigned to that number. But nonetheless, we take it from the official scorers. Jadon Herbert is the batsman. He is on 11. He has struck 1, 6, and a 4, and he has faced only 3 deliveries, and he has an incredible strike rate of 366.67. So he is looking to counter-attack for Nevis. Nevis having struggled at the beginning, and throughout the middle they have lost wickets at regular intervals, apart from the 63-run partnership between the vice captain Carlton Pluck and the captain Jevon Manners. But a slight break in play as we see the ground staff remarking the crease. The 3 umpires, the 2 presiding umpires, Rudolph Watley and Troy Mills, along with Vinshaw Mangroa, having a discussion. The 3 umpires are having a conversation out in the middle. The players are refreshing themselves out towards the wide long on position from the media center end. So at this point, it's 158 for 6. The batsman gone. The umpire Troy Mills is actually calling the players back onto the field. The batsman gone so far for Nevis. Light Brown for no score. Rajani Dida for no score. Carlton Pluck 41. Amory Jones 3. Jevon Manners, the captain, 50. Leshon Weeks not out on 27. Delroy Prentice scored 1. Jadon Herbert is on 11. We have a total of 25 extras consisting of 20 wides and 5 leg byes. So we have a high percentage of wides, 20, and there is no bye, no ball, interestingly. So the Antigua and bowlers have been very disciplined indeed. And the batsmen yet to bat for Nevis. Tayshawn Wilkinson, Yolano Smitten, and Xavier Pemberton. There's a T in front of the Z, so I am not sure if that T is sounded in the name. TZHAVIER. Most people may want to pronounce that Xavier. Those who would be creative and say T. Xavier. And of course, Mr. Pemberton, who would be the best person to tell us the precise pronunciation of his name. The play is about to resume. Umpire Troy Mills is signaling. And we are looking at Williams continuing from the far end. Straight away, it's single to Herbert. The total advances to 159. Warner Park looks a pretty good picture. And there we see Weeks pushing forward again, very ungainly. He's not the prettiest of batsmen to look at, not the classy type of Carl Hooper type class. He has tried and he has stayed there. That's the important thing. He has remained there for Nevis. And even though he has not looked too pretty, he is driving smoothly out towards wide long off for a single to take the total on to 161. And Weeks will push on to 28. There's been a very good knock by Weeks. He seems to be giving it away now as he is dropped. He is unfortunately dropped by Mentor. Mentor and the bowler, Williams, were very close to each other. Mentor probably would have called and told Williams that he was going to go for it. He was going to take it. Williams left it for him, fell into his hands, and fell out onto the carpet. A dolly of a catch. It was Very bad stroke by Weeks. He did not time it well. It wasn't played properly at all. He played into the air. A dolly of a catch for Mentor, and he spilled it. So a chance for Weeks on 28. The over comes to an end. Over number 33, 161 for 6. Nevis, after winning the toss and deciding to bat first here at Warner Park in the Leeward Islands under 19 men's tournament, with Mentor continuing from the northern or media center end. And he bowls him with a beautiful Yorker. Herbert deceived there by Mentor. So Mentor making amends for the catch that he spilled in the previous over, bowled by Owes and Williams, coming back and disturbing the stumps of Herbert with a nicely lined and well-pitched slower delivery. Herbert playing a little too early and deceived there in the flight and trajectory of that delivery. Mentor taking a bit of the pace off it, a slower delivery, and Herbert goes comprehensively beaten and bowled by Mentor. It's now 161 for 7. Jadon Herbert bowled by Kenrick Mentor for 13 of 6 deliveries with 1, 6 and a 4. The new batsman appears to be a left-hander. Again, the Antiguans seem to have quite a number of left-handers on the team. The Nevisians, their team is loaded with left-handers. Antigua is fielding with a bright yellow, orange and blue. Yellow on the shoulders of the shirts, blue at the back where the numbers are inscribed, and the orange and yellow trousers pants. And there is the left-handed, the new batsman, left-hander with number 25, Yulano Smitten. So Yulano Smitten is the new batsman for Nevis. Nicely played out towards mid-on for a single. Good looking stroke there by LaShawn Weeks, getting back and playing it backward of square, a sort of squarish third man into the boundary for 4. So Weeks continues to play a very useful role here for Nevis. He has moved into the 30s. He's on 32. And the total has progressed to 166 for 7 of 33.3 overs. So we are into the 34th over. Nice looking stroke by Weeks out towards forward square leg, and they are hustling for the second run. So good running by the Nevisians. Very good aggressive running there. With Smitten recognizing that the fielder on the deep mid-wicket boundary was moving in very slowly. He called Weeks back for the second run, and they completed it very successfully in good time. The Warner Park Stadium, Warner Park facilities on the southern side with all the blue seats literally empty, and there we see a brilliant diving catch by the fielder at wide mid-off, diving to his left at a short extra cover position and coming up with a brilliant catch to remove Weeks for 34. The total moving on to 168 for 8. Weeks not getting on top of his stroke, not getting on top of that delivery and playing it in the air. Jared Jean-Baptiste, the catcher, a left-arm medium-fast bowler who opened the bowling for Antigua, diving away to his left and coming up with a brilliant catch, taking it low to the ground. So Nevis slipped into further trouble. Only 2 more wickets left, 2 more wickets in hand. They are 168 for 8 after 34 overs. It's a 50-over encounter, so there are still 16 overs left. The 35th over will be bowled by Ozan Williams from the southern or Lozak Road end. Nevis will be hoping that their last 2 remaining batsmen, or the last 2 remaining partnerships, Wickets, will hang around for as long as possible and bat out as many of the remaining overs to try to post a much more challenging score for Antigua. Antigua over the years have produced a lot of good cricketers, and it will not be a surprise to see that the Antiguans have some good batsmen in their lineup, as the widest signal there by umpire Troy Mills. The total 170 for 8 of 34.3 overs. A very bad delivery by Williams, badly lined outside the line of the off stump. There we see Prentice taken on the pad, struck on the pad, loud appeal by the Antiguans, answered in the negative by umpire Troy Mills. Probably drifting down leg side. There we see Prentice opening up and hitting out towards wide long on for a single. That would take Prentice. No, I'm using the wrong name again. Wrong name. This single was to Tayshaun Wilkins. And now Yolano Smitten gets his second run. That takes the total to 172 for 8 at the end of 35 overs. So the current run rate is 4.91. At a run rate of 4.91, the Nevisians will get to a projected score of 246. In the last 5 overs, they have lost 3 wickets and scored 28 runs at 5.6 runs per over. So we have the opening bowler, Michele Tong. He has been switched from the southern or Lozak Road end to the northern or media center end. And he will be bowling over number 36. We are in the 36th over, and he is bowling to the left-handed and there he was looking to pull through the onside, but mistiming it very badly and getting it out onto the offside square of the wicket, on the offside, out towards squarish cover, deep cover, sweeping on the boundary for a single. That takes Smitten on to 3, Wilkinson on 1, and Tong has the ability to generate some pace of a shortish run, not a very long run, a very long run up, sort of measured average run up to the crease, but he does generate some pace. He's bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Smitten. All right. Smitten is a non-striker, actually. Smitten is the non-striker with the number 25 on his shirt. The batsman on strike is Wilkinson. Tayshawn Wilkinson. Wow. Very quick delivery there by Tong. Had Tong taking. He had Wilkinson taking some evasive action. We saw Tong switching from over the wicket to around the wicket. He continues around the wicket, trying to maintain that off-stump line, and he's caught and bowled, is he? Yes, he was actually caught and bowled. A very quick delivery there. Quick delivery by Tong. And he had the batsman all tucked up. He could do no more than just play it back to Tong, who gleefully accepted a very easy return catch. So the batsman going off is Yolano Smitten, who was caught and bowled by Michaeli Tong for 3. Nevis slipped into further problems with the score being 174 for 9 of the penultimate delivery. That's the 5th delivery of the 36th over. The new batsman is Jaden Brown. Jaden Brown, he appears to be right-handed. So it seems as though all the left-handers have already gone in for Nevis. Brown is right-handed. He waits for Michaeli Tong from the northern or media center end, and he doesn't put Brown under any pressure whatsoever, because he's very, very wide, extremely wide outside the line of the leg stump, and wicket keeper Tanez Francis having to dive away to his left to prevent it from going to the boundary for 4 byes. It was a very quick delivery, but a little too wide and not properly lined and not well lined. He would want to maintain a much better line and length, which is much improved with the final delivery of the over, pitching in line with middle and off, touching down on about middle stump, and the batsman playing it back down the track on the offside to complete the over. Over number 36 completed 175 for 9. Nevis with some 14 overs left. The Nevisians haven't batted well generally at all. Overall, the Nevisian batting has been lopsided, up and down, up and down. A few batsmen stayed around. Pluck stayed around. Week stayed around. The captain Manners stayed around for 50. Pluck 46. Weeks 34. Herbert scored 13. And outside of those three, apart from extras, which is now 29, 50 by Manners, 41 by Pluck, 34 by Leshon Weeks, then followed by 29 extras, and 13 by Herbert. The Nevisian batsmen, especially the top order, they haven't batted well at all. And we see a single out towards short fine leg with Wilkinson on 2. And he is out. So the Nevisian innings has ended at 176. In the 37th over, Nevis being bowled out by Antigua for 176 of 36.5 overs, with Williams picking up the final wicket. So Nevis would be very disappointed with that score. The last batsman dismissed was Pemberton. He was bowled by Williams of the 5th delivery of over number 37. That was Xavier Pemberton. Yolano Smitten. Tayshawn Wilkinson remained not out on 2. Xavier Pemberton was the last batsman dismissed. For no score. Yolano Smitten was caught and bowled Michaeli Tong for 3. The Nevisians started with Light Brown and Rajani Dida, and they didn't trouble the scores at all. Light Brown was caught by Kendrick Mentor, bowled by Michaeli Tong for 0, no score. So he got a duck. He faced 6 deliveries, and he batted for 6 minutes. Rajani Dida, he was leg before wicket Jared Jean-Baptiste for no score. He faced 2 deliveries, and he batted for 8 minutes. It was 2 runs for 1 wicket. It was 3 for 2. 2 for 1 when Light Brown went. When Rajani Dida went, it was 3 for 2. And Brown went of the final delivery of the first over. Dida went of the second delivery of the second over. Then we had Amori Jones going with the final delivery of the fifth over with a score on 18. And we then saw Carlton Pluck, the vice captain, and Jevon Manners taking the total from 18 for 3 to 81 for 4. Partnership of 63 runs between those two, taking it from 1.2 overs to 14.4. So they would have batted for some 13.2 overs for their 63-run partnership. We then had Jevon Manners going for an even 50, 140 for 5. Pluck went for 41. He batted for 67 minutes. He faced 43 deliveries. He struck 6 fours and a 6th. Amari Jones batted for 18 minutes. He scored 3. And he faced 13 deliveries. Manners was caught by Jared Jean-Baptiste, bowled by Zanden Hobson for 50, 66 deliveries, 7 fours. He batted for 105 minutes. Leshon Weeks, he hung around for a while, and he held the Nevision middle order together. He scored 34 from 58 deliveries with 5 fours, and he batted for 67 minutes. He was caught by Jean-Baptiste of Kenrick Mentor, not keeping a stroke down, playing it in the air out towards mid-off. Delroy Prentice, he was bowled by Zanden Hobson for 1. He faced 9 deliveries and batted for 7 minutes. Jadon Herbert, he was bowled by Kenrick Mentor, comprehensively beaten and bowled for 13. He had 2 bold strikes, 4 through long off, followed by a 6 over long on. He struck 1, 4 and a 6 in his 13 of 6 deliveries, and he batted for 8 minutes. Yolano Smitten, he scored 3 of 6 deliveries and batted for 11 minutes. There were 29 extras composed of 23 wides and 6 leg byes. We had the fall of wickets: 2 for 1, Light Brown; 3 for 2, Rajani Dida; 18 for 3, Amori Jones; 81 for 4, Carlton Pluck, 14.4 overs; 140 for 5, Jevon Manners, the 29th over; 144 for 6, Delroy Prentice, and the 31st over. Jadon Herbert, 161 for 7, 33.1 overs, so that was in the 34th over. 168 for 8, Leshon Weeks, in the 34th over. 174 for 9, Yolano Smitten, in the 36th over. And 176 in the 37th over. That was Xavier Pemberton, and the batsman remaining not out was Tayshaun Wilkinson on 2. So we are at the halfway stage. The division innings completed. They scored 176 of 36.5 overs, failing to bat 13.1 overs. That's quite a number of deliveries. The Nevisians failed to bat, which may very well come back to haunt them later on in this game. Oh, the Antiguans would have to get 177 for victory at a scoring rate of 3.52. So that shouldn't be too challenging for the Antiguans. 177 to win of 50 overs, a scoring rate of 3.54 actually. If they are to get 176 of 50 overs, it would be 3.52, which would leave the game at a tie. To win of 50 overs is 3.54. And we are going to wait to see how the Antiguans will reply to the Nevisian 176 all out of 36.5 overs, with the chief wicket takers for Antigua being Michaeli Tong, 6 overs, no maiden, 29 runs, 3 wickets. He bowled 6 wides. There were 2 fours struck off his bowling and a 6. He bowled some 26 dot balls. Jared Jean-Baptiste, he bowled 4 overs, no maiden, 21 runs, 1 wicket. 15 dot balls, 3 fours, no 6, 3 wides. Matthew Miller, 6 overs, no maiden, 34 runs, no wicket, 20 dot balls, 5 fours, no 6, 2 wides. Ozan Williams, 9 overs, no maiden, 32 runs, 1 wicket, 40 dot balls, 4 fours struck off his bowling, no 6, 5 wides. Zandon Hobson bowled 7.5 overs, and 7 overs and 5 balls. He bowled 1 maiden. He's the only Antiguan bowler to bowl a maiden. 29 runs came off his bowling. He picked up 3 wickets, so he was one of the successful bowlers for Antigua. 32 dot balls, 3 fours, no 6, 3 wides, and the other bowler used Kenrick Montour. 4 overs, no maiden, 25 runs. He picked up 2 wickets, 14 dot balls, 2 fours off his bowling. 1 skittled out, or bowled out for 176 of 36.5 overs. It's lunchtime, or it's the halfway period, where the players are going to resume in a short while. So we're going to take a short break until that resumption. Oh, the Nevision players are very animated, very loud, quite a lot of shouting and clapping out there. And they would want a good start from the opening bowlers. The Antiguans the first over coming from the northern or media center end. So yeah, quite a lot of encouragement out there, a lot of clapping, a lot of shouting. The divisions, they are very convinced that they are in with a chance. Runs on the board, runs already scored, and runs to be scored. So once you have runs on the board, you always have a chance. And the divisions, I'm pretty sure, are quite confident that they are in with a chance. They know they could have gotten a lot more runs, many more runs, having failed to bat out the full allotment of 50 overs, which they fell short by some 13.1 overs. And the Antiguan openers, right-hander on strike, and he pulls backward of square into the boundary for 4. So that was a short delivery, short lifting delivery, and the wicketkeeper Tanez Francis with the number 37 on his back, on his shirt, got inside of his wicket and pulled it in the air, but safely out towards deep backward square. For 4. So the Antiguans are on the way. Antigua on the way. Wide signal by umpire Rudolph Watley. A little too wide outside the line of the off stump by the right arm medium fast Nevision bowler. The other opening batsman is Hosea Roberts with the number 10 inscribed on his shirt. So Tanez Francis is not out in 4. Roberts is yet to score. 1 wide has been bowled so far, and there was a very good delivery coming back in from outside the line of the off stump, but Francis was equal to it. Back and across and played it back with a square for a comfortable single. The bowler opening the bowling for Nevis, bowling the first over for Nevis from the northern media center end is Jadon Herbert, the number 4 inscribed on his shirt. He's not quite satisfied with the field set by his captain, and he's asking for a slight adjustment. He has a lone slip, a third man, backward square, square cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg, and the over comes to an end. At the end of the first over, it's 6 with a loss, Antigua. Francis on 5, and Roberts yet to score. The Nevisians are starting with spin from the southern end, southern or Lozak Road end, and I would not be surprised that. Oh my, he's dropped him. First delivery of the first over coming from the southern end, played in the air and dropped. Not a difficult chance, not a difficult catch by any means. It was at shoulder height. Fielder is a tall player, so he has a reach or height advantage, and it fell through his hands. The batsman completed 2 runs. So Roberts with a life very early on of the bowling apprentice. Delroy Prentice, the right arm off spinner, bowling from the southern or Lozak Road end. Roberts. Oh well, I got that one wrong as well. As you see, a nice looking stroke out towards square cover by Francis for 4. Short outside the off stump. It stood up and asked to be hit. Francis timed it well and placed it well between backward point and cover point, out towards the square cover boundary for 4. So there's a man forward of square. There's a backward point, and he bisected the gap between the backward point and the forward square cover out towards the cover boundary for 4. A lovely stroke by Tanis Francis. Francis seems to be on the attack here as he hoists this one over square leg, deep forward square leg for 6. So another loose delivery by the Nevisian off spinner Prentice, and harshly treated there by Tanis Francis, the wicketkeeper. Put away over square leg, deep square leg for 6. That takes him on to 17, and the score 18 with a loss. The fielder on the boundary thought he had a chance, and his teammates were shouting, "Catch him, catch it." But it sailed over his head into the boundary for 6. So a good hit there by Francis. Francis showing his worth with the bat. He's the Antiguan wicket keeper, and he's out. Caught behind. Chasing a wide delivery outside the line of the off stump, and he nicked it to the wicket keeper. Outside edge found, the catch taken. The Nevisians simultaneously appealed. They all went up together, and the appeal upheld by umpire Troy Mills. Tanis Francis disconsolately and rather dejectedly makes his way off the field after scoring a swashbuckling 17, one may say, with 2 4s and a 6. So the Antiguans lose their first wicket with a total on 18. The successful bowler for Nevis is Prentice, who should have had a wicket with the second delivery of his first over. Catch put down there at cover point, squarish cover. The Nevisians are very much into it. They are thinking that we have made the initial breakthrough. So once that initial breakthrough is made, they are of the view that they can continue to make further inroads into the batting of the Antiguans. As Jadon Herbert is bowling from the northern or media center end. Wow, flash outside the line of the off stump. Looking for that flashing drive. Herbert into his second over. Bowling to Hosea Roberts. He has 10 inscribed on his shirt. Roberts is not out on 0. He's yet to trouble scorers. He's yet to score. The new batsman who replaced Tanez Francis is Zavik Toppin. And Toppin is at the non-striker's end, yet to face a delivery and yet to score. And this one is guided to the right of slip towards third man. The fielder on the third man boundary comes off the boundary and fields. And Roberts gets a single. To get him off the mark. Total 19 for 1 in over number 2. Over number 3. Correction. That one was nicely worked up the pads there by Zavik Toppin. Out towards backward square to the right of umpire Troy Mills. Toppin is off the mark and the score is 20 for 1. Very good delivery there by Herbert, generating some pace. That ends over number 3, brings up the end of Herbert's second over. And he really worked up some pace there in that final delivery. And really thought that he had a fine edge, thought that he heard a nick. But in the opinion of umpire Rudolph Watley, there was no touch, there was no nick. And the score 20 for 1 at the end of the third over. Tanez Francis going for a quick fire 17 of 11 deliveries with 2 fours and a 6. Fourteen of his runs coming in boundaries, 2 fours, clearing the boundary on one occasion. You see Prentice continuing from the southern or Lozak Road end, right arm off spin. And he's on a very tight line here. He's on a very tight line. Top in can do no more than defend. Back up the track on the offside. And the division captain, Matthew Miller, has strengthened the offside field. Wicket keeper, slip, backward point, cover point, short extra cover, wide mid off, deep. The backward square, man on the square leg boundary, short straight pin wicket, and a wide mid on, deepish. There was Toppin looking for the sweep outside the line of the off stump. Badly lined final delivery, badly lined last delivery there. Toppin fancying his chances, looking to sweep but missing. The divisions appealing, but umpire Troy Mills negating the appeal. Over number 4 has been completed. After 4 overs, the Antiguans are scoring at exactly 5 runs per over. They're 20 for 1. They're chasing 177 for victory. Nevis scoring 176 of 36.5 overs. The Antiguans do not have too much of a challenging task. The required run rate is under 4. 3.52 thereabout. And they're already scoring at exactly 5 runs per over. So they're well ahead of the run rate as Herbert continues from the northern end. You are listening to and viewing wherever you may be the Leeward Islands men's under-19 cricket tournament from Warner Park in Bastia, St. Kitts. It's a 50-over encounter. Nevis, they called correctly at the toss. So they won the toss and opted to bat first. And scored 176 runs. The top score coming from the captain, Devon Manners, 50. The vice captain, Carlton Pluck, 41. Lashon Weeks, 34. Herbert scored 13. Nobody has got into double figures except extras with 29. One more to Roberts. One more to Roberts. Take him on to 2. Loud appeal by the Nevisians, literally begging umpire to give that appeal, but umpire responded in the negative. Umpire Rudolph Watley. And there is Herbert from close to the stumps. Close to the stumps. A very quick delivery taken behind by the wicket keeper. And that brings up the end of over number 5. And only 1 run coming off that over. So a good comeback over by Herbert, keeping things tight in that over, restricting the Antiguans to just 1 run. Roberts on 2 and Toppin on 1. Hosea Roberts on 2 of 10 deliveries, and Zavik Toppin on 1 of 9 deliveries. The Nevisians are continuing from the southern Lozak Road end with Delroy Prentice, the right arm off spinner. Nice looking drive up towards mid-off by wide mid-off by Roberts. Brings him another single. And that takes him on to 3. The total 22 for 1. Antigua. Delroy Prentice a little bit too wide outside the line of the off stump. Not forcing the batsman to play. And there we see Toppin looking to sweep. Toppin looking but not making any contact. That one is played powerfully back up the pitch to the right of the off spinner, who dived away and made a partial stop. That's Prentice. That concludes the over, and at the end of Prentice's 3rd over, 6 overs have been completed, and the Antiguans 23 for 1. Herbert a little too wide, much too wide, outside the line of the leg stump. on that occasion and signaled wide, quite rightly so, by umpire Rudolph Watley. That's another sundry goes into the scorer's books, onto the electronic scoring system. First wide of the over, first wide of the innings, second wide. We have a total of 2 extras. Robertson 3, Toppin on 1, the batsman gone, Tanels Francis, Scott Rajani Dida of Delroy Prentice for 17. Batted for 10 minutes, he struck 2 fours and a 6, and he faced 11 deliveries. Another quick delivery by Herbert. And Roberts leaves it alone outside the line of the off stump. Divisions will be looking to dry up the runs and apply pressure on the Antiguans. Herbert bowling at a very lively pace here. He seems to be getting some good bonks off this track. And we see Toppin calling Roberts down for a mid-pitch conference, probably saying to him, just be patient, when he bowls good deliveries, and this one is heaved over backward square or over long leg for 6. So Herbert missing his line there, not lining up properly, not lining up well, missing his line. And way offline, much offline, and there was Roberts just helping it over long leg for 6. Roberts inside of his wicket. Herbert again outside the line of leg stump and signaled wide by umpire Rudolph Watley. The total has moved on to 30 for 1, with Roberts moving on to 9, 1-6. And again, Herbert with that line outside leg stump. A little bit too much offline. He would want to get back to a middle and off line. He would want to sustain the pressure and maintain a middle and off line, and looking to clip the top of off stump or the top of middle stump. Again, he's outside the line of leg stump with a very wide delivery. One can see the ball moving in the air outside the line of leg stump, and umpire Rudolph Watley signaled wide, and Herbert is actually appealing for a catch at the wicket. Maybe an imaginary catch. A catch is going to come now, and it is taken by LeSean Weeks. So a full toss by Herbert. And a very bad stroke. A very bad stroke indeed. Played in the air for an easy catch to Weeks at mid-off. Very easy catch indeed. big full toss. Full toss that could have been dispatched probably through extra cover, through cover, backward point. He could have guided it, but he opted to go for that big drive, that big lofted drive, and played it in the air for an easy catch to Leshon Weeks. So there is a break in play with the fall of the second wicket, with the score on now on 33. Score on 33 for 2. With Toppin going. Toppin is the batsman dismissed. Caught by Leshon Weeks of the bowling of Azadu and Herbert for 1. Not out is Hosea Robertson 10. And the other batsman dismissed, Tanis Francis, the wicketkeeper, the Antigua wicketkeeper, for 17. Toppin stayed around for 19 minutes, faced 15 deliveries for his 1 run. And there is a break in play. The umpires have come in, the players have all gone in for some refreshments, I would think. So at this point, we are going to take a break until play resumes. Welcome back to Play After Lunch here at Warner Park, Nevis versus Antigua in the Leeward Islands Under-19 tournament. A very close call there for Roberts. Delivery pitched up outside the line of the off stump. And Roberts caught in no man's land. A loud shout by the Nevisians, but turned down by umpire Troy Mills. A very good first over after the break by Delroy Prentice. An over in which he applied quite a bit of pressure on Roberts, and Roberts was unable to score. So a very good maiden over by Delroy Prentice, leaving the total on 33 for 2. Which was the score at the lunchtime break. The divisions will continue with Herbert from the northern or pavilion end. So Prentice has bowled 4 overs, 2 maidens, 13 runs, 1 wicket. And Herbert in his 5th over, 4 overs, 4.1 overs, no maiden, 20 runs, 1 wicket. Very nice tickle down towards fine leg for a single by Toppin. Correction, Zanden Hobson. Zanden Hobson is the batsman who replaced Zavik Toppin at the interval, at the lunch interval. So the 2 batsmen at the crease, Hosea Roberts on 10. He was not out at lunch on 10. And Hobson was on no score. And we see them going through for a very quick single through cover. They're looking to force the second run, but it could be very risky. Very, very chancy. And there was Roberts telling Hobson, no, stay his ground. The Nevisians seem to have very good fighting spirits here. Very good fighting spirits. They're very animated, very upbeat, very vocal. Lots of clapping, lots of cheering, lots of encouraging. They are encouraging each other. They know they have to bowl well, they have to feel well and catch well in order to win this game. And they would very well have to bowl out Antigua as well. Very easy catch there. Easy lob. So short, straight mid-wicket position. And Roberts goes. So Antigua, they slip into further trouble and are in dire straits on 36 for 3, with Roberts going for 10 off the bowling of Herbert. Easily caught at short, straight mid-wicket. Delivery that was short, lifting, and got big on him, and he was not able to control the stroke and pushed it straight into the hands of the fielder at short, straight mid-wicket. After 9 overs, the Antiguans are scoring at exactly 4 runs per over, 36 for 3. And that one is played away, a long hop, a full toss, a big full toss. Straight on the bat and played away towards wide extra cover into the boundary for 4. So that was a gift. And that takes the score on to 40 for 3. A very bad delivery indeed by Prentice. That bad delivery was put away efficiently by Hobson for 4, and then we saw Prentice coming back with a very good delivery to beat Hobson all ends up outside the line of the off stump. You had him fishing outside the line of the off stump there for that delivery. Like another good delivery outside the line of the off stump. A loud shout. By the Antiguans, but turned down by umpire Troy Mills. And he's caught that slip, regulation catch. And delivery pitched up outside the line of the off stump. And there was Hobson looking for the drive, the outside edge found, and the catch taken by the lone slip fielder, taking a regulation catch straight to him. He didn't have to move an inch. And the batsman, Hobson, is in disbelief. He took quite a while before leaving the crease. Umpire Troy Mills actually had to lift the dreaded finger to send him off the field. The Antiguans, they slide even further into more trouble. They have lost now their 4th wicket. The total is 44 for 4 in over number 10. So Nevis fighting back brilliantly here. Fighting back quite nicely. Even though the Nevisians are aware that they could have scored a lot more runs, from the beginning of the Antiguan innings, one could have seen the confidence, one could have seen the overriding confidence. And they were always encouraging each other, they were very vocal, very upbeat. They still remain very vocal and quite upbeat, clapping away and encouraging each other and saying to each other, fellas, we have 176 runs on the board and we can defend those 176 runs. And they are making every effort to defend their total of 176, which they scored in 35.5 overs. So the 36.5 overs, so they failed to bat 13 overs and 1 ball. And there is Prentice, a bit short outside the off stump, played away towards backward point. No run scored. That brings up the end of the over. At the end of it, Antigua in search of 177 for victory, chasing 176 scored by Nevis, 44 for 4. So they would want to build a partnership here between the two batters at the crease and try to restore some respectability to their score and try as hard as possible to challenge the 176 scored by Nevis. The Nevisians are not giving in quite easily. They're fighting for all their worth and they're applying the pressure on the Antiguans, trying as much as possible to dry up the runs. They do not have a very attacking field as such, but they have fieldsmen all around the pitch on both sides. We can see 5 players on the offside and 4 on the on. So they have a 5-4 field. This one a little too wide outside the line of the leg stump and signaled wide by umpire Rudolph Watley. Much too wide by Herbert on that occasion. You would want to continue to apply the pressure and aim for that off stump, middle stump line, middle and off line. You want to clip the top of off stump or rock back middle stump. If the batsman misses, you hit and clipped away off the legs towards long leg. And the batsmen complete 2 runs, the total 47 for 4 in over number 11. A good slower delivery there by Herbert. Well lined with the middle and off stump. Flash outside the line of the off stump. No contact. With a good line by Herbert. Just keeping it a touch outside the line of the off stump. Very badly lined delivery. Short, wide, way outside the line of the off stump. The batsman looking to swing on the onside. Missed completely, taken behind by the wicketkeeper. Wicketkeeper Pluck, the vice captain of the Nevis team. Much better delivery. Well lined with the middle and off stump, or middle and leg stump, and the batsman was able to push out towards mid-on. Very good delivery on the body to end the over. At the end of over number 11, it's 48 for 4. The Antiguans are scoring at just a shade above 4 runs per over. Let's remove it. Okay, thank you. The batsmen dismissed so far for Antigua. Taners Francis, who opened the batting with Hosea Roberts. He was caught Rajani Dida, bowled by Delroy Prentice for 17. 11 deliveries, 2 fours, 1 6, a very high strike rate of 154.55. He batted for 10 minutes. Roberts was caught by Jevon Manners, the captain of Hadon Herbert, the opening bowler from the northern end or the media center end, for 10, 25 balls, 1 6, 54 minutes. Zavik Toppin caught Leshan Weeks, very soft dismissal of Zadon Herbert for 1, 19 minutes, 15 deliveries. There was a loud appeal. There was a loud appeal by the Nevisians. They are appealing for all they're worth, but the umpires are unmoved. Umpire Troy Mills is looking to calm them down. He's actually speaking to them and letting them know that if the appeal is turned down, you just calm down, you accept it, and you move on with the game. The other batsman dismissed was Zanden Hobson. He was caught by Light Brown, L-I-T-E, Light Brown, bowled by Delroy Prentice for 6. By Light Brown, L-I-T-E, Light Brown, bowled by Delroy Prentice for 6. 7 1 4. He spent the Antiguan captain. Antigua. No, he was one of the Antigua faster bowlers, one of their pacemen. It was Tong and Jean-Baptiste who opened the bowling. Miller was first change. And the other not out batsman is Tayari Tong. So the Antiguans have 2 Tongs, Tongue. As to whether they are related to Gavin Tong, we would have to find that out from the Antigua team. Former Leeward Islands fast bowler, Gavin Tong from Antigua. And it's the end of over number 12. The Antiguans are 1 away from bringing up the first 50. And over number 12. So they're scoring at just a little above 4 runs per over. Fall of wickets, we had 18 for 1, Tanes Francis in the second over, 33 for 2, Zavik Toppin in the 7th over, 33 for 3, Hosea Roberts in the 9th over, and Zandon Hobson 44 for 4 in 4th delivery of over number 10. So far we have Herbert 6 overs, no bid, 26 runs, 2 wickets. He has had a 6 and a 4 off his bowling. He's bowled 7 wides, and some 26 dot balls, 26 overs, 2 maidens, 18 runs, 2 wickets, 31 dot balls, 2 fours, 1 6, 1 wide. Light brown is coming into the attack now for his first over. The light has been brought into the attack from the northern or media center end. He has number 20 on his shirt. He bowls a very bad delivery, and he's very fortunate that that wasn't hit for 6. Very, very lucky that wasn't hit over the boundary for a maximum. The batsman did not get a proper hold of it and played it away towards deep mid-wicket. A deep forward square leg on the boundary for a single. Very quick delivery there by Brown. Quick bit of stumping by Pluck, but the batsman was well grounded. That's Tayari Tong is well grounded. Miller is on 3, Tong is on 0. Yet to score. Very tight over here by Lights. Final delivery of his first over coming up. 2 runs so far off his over. 3rd run now. So his first over has been completed. 3 runs coming off it. And the total has advanced to 52 for 4 at the end of the 13th over, with Miller, the captain, on 3 and Tayari Tong on 1. The Antiguans in search of 177 for victory of 50 overs. So they have the full allotment of 50 overs to make the 177 runs. We haven't had any interruption by rain. We haven't had any stoppage. We have had good sunshine all day. Then we see Tong looking to drive through the offside, going to the right of short extra cover and to the left of wide mid-off. A bit aerial, a bit uppish, but placing it between the two players, fortunately not going to hand. He's backing across and plays out towards backward point where there is no run. So the sunshine continues to blaze down here at Warner Park, but unfortunately we haven't had an increase. We haven't had a build-up of the crowd as such. So let's hope that the other games can be. There we see a lofted drive. Is he going to be caught? No, it's over the head of the fielder at wide mid-off, and he picks up a single. So there was Tong looking for the lofted drive, playing it in the air. He doesn't seem to be satisfied with his bat. He's signaling to the dressing room for a bat change of bat, which may come at the end of this over. And there is Prentice, who tosses up to Miller, and Miller pushes quietly down the track on the offside. That ends the over. And at the end of it, 53 for 4. Over number 14 completed. Miller on 3 and Tong on 2. So those two will have to put their heads down. They will have to apply themselves and put a good partnership together in order to get Antigua anywhere near or anywhere close to the 176 scored by Nevis. So we are looking at Leeward Islands under 17/under 19 men's cricket competition. The men's under 19 cricket tournament being played here at Warner Park in Bastia, St. Kitts. Nevis won the toss, batted first, and scored 176 of 36.5 overs. Another bad delivery and swung away towards deep backward square leg. The fielder at the square leg position, the deep square leg boundary, moves to his right, fields, and 1 run to Antigua, taking the total up to 54. Tong moving on to 3, and Miller now going on to 4. $55 for 4 in the 15th over. Light brown operating from the northern or media center end. The right arm off spin over the wicket. The divisions are employing the spinners. Brown coming into the attack from the northern end to join Delroy Prentice, who has been operating from the southern or Lozak Road end. Prentice has bowled some 7 overs so far for 19 runs and 2 maidens. He has picked up 2 wickets. So he has been one of the success stories for Nevis so far, along with Zadon Herbert. Oh. It is often said that the person whose name it is knows best how his or her name is pronounced. The name is spelled Jhadone. I guess one may say that it should be pronounced Jadon if you're going to use the J, or if you're going to use the H, Hadon. So this gentleman will have to tell us exactly how his name is pronounced. Management of the Nevision team. We have seen the completion of over number we are in the 16th over, actually. It's 60 for 4. And they are able to go through for a single where there should have been no run. A poor bit of fielding by the Nevision fielder out at forward of square on the offside. Miller moves on by 1 to 5. Tong has gone ahead of Miller. He's now at 9 from 26 deliveries. Miller has faced 12 deliveries. So another over comes to an end. That's over number 16. At the end of it, Antigua searching for 177 to win, 62 for 4. And that's a well-flighted delivery there by Light. Now we have a new bowler. Is there going to be a run out? Wow. There was a bit of hesitation there in the middle between the two batters, which should not have been, because the single was on. The single was definitely on. That ball was played way out towards forward square between backward point and the cover point, and that single was truly on. But owing to the hesitation on the part of the batsman, they made a meal of it. It's a new bowler. It's a new bowler, a left-arm orthodox bowler, bowling between the stumps and umpire. He has a very unorthodox style, bowling style. He's bowling between the umpire Rudolph Watley and the stumps, between the stumps and the umpire. And that one is played straight, powerfully. The fielder at long on comes off the boundary and fields. So the new bowler is Xavier Pemberton, who has just completed his first over with 3 runs coming off that first over, and the Antiguan total going up to 65 for 4 after 17 overs. The divisions have now used 4 bowlers. Herbert has bowled 6 overs, no maiden, 26 runs, 2 wickets. Delroy Prentice 8 overs, 2 maidens, 25 runs, 2 wickets. They are the 2 successful bowlers for Nevis so far. Lightbong 2 overs for 6 runs, and Pemberton 1 over for 3 runs. We are in over number 18. The divisions continue to clap away, they continue to press away. A very bad delivery, and it's hit away for 6, easily over wide long on. Now signal 6 by umpire Troy Mills. That would take the total on to 71. So a gift there, a gift to the Antiguan captain Matthew Miller, who cashed in. He made no mistake, and he struck it hard and high over wide long on for a maximum. Miller has moved his score on to 13 at 1-6. No 4s yet. He now moves up to 14. And the total 72. 72 for 4 Antigua. They will be looking for the captain Miller to play a captain's knock, to play a captain's innings, and they will be looking for young Tayari Tong to stay there with him and provide the requisite support so that they can build a huge partnership and take the Antiguan total, the Antiguan score, as close as possible to the division 176. Of course, the divisions seem to be quite confident. They are playing the game in very high spirits. From the beginning of the Antiguan innings, they have been very, very upbeat, very, very hyperactive, a lot of clapping, a lot of encouragement, encouraging each other. As we see the left arm bowler Pemberton, Xavier Pemberton, in his second over between the umpire and the stumps with the number 2 inscribed on his shirt. He has a very interesting bowling action. Very, very interesting action. One normally associate a left arm spinner of his nature to be orthodox. His style is very unorthodox indeed. So he cannot really be described as a left arm orthodox spinner. Very unique style, and swept away into the boundary for 4. Badly lined delivery outside the line of the off stump, and the right-handed Antiguan captain Matthew Miller said, "Thank you very much." Went down on one knee and swept it away towards long leg into the boundary for 4. A very good stroke indeed, well executed, well played, and Miller advances to 18 with his first 4, and the Antiguan score 76 for 4. So Antigua now, they need exactly 101 runs to win the game, and with this single out towards long off, it takes the required amount of runs to exactly 100, with the score being 77 at the end of the 19th over, with Miller on 19 and his partner Tayari Tang on 10 at the end of over number 19. So the Antiguans would want to build a good partnership here between these two. Of course, the Nevisians would want to get rid of one of them as quickly as possible, particularly the Captain Miller, who looks quite good. So Delroy Prentice has been brought back from the southern or Lozak Road end. He is bowling right arm off spin. Is there going to be a run out? It's very close. Again, hesitation in the middle between the two batsmen. What should have been an easy regulation single, seemingly a bit of confusion, a bit of mix-up between the two batters, Tayari Tong and his captain Miller. They don't seem to be getting their communications right at all. But nonetheless, it ended well for Miller and Tong. The score moves on to 78 for 4. Prentice picking up the attack from the southern end, being brought back. Into the attack by Manners from the southern end. Right arm leg spin, I should say. I got it wrong when I said off spin. He appears to be a right arm leg spinner. So that brings up the end of over number 20. the Antiguans are scoring at about 4 points, just a shade above 4 runs per over, 81 for 4 at the end of the 20th over, with Miller not out on 21, having faced 29 deliveries, struck a 4 under 6, a strike rate of 72.41. Tayari Tong is hanging in there with him on 12, 33 deliveries, 1-4. And he is bowled. So very good delivery by the left arm spinner, bowling between the umpire and the stumps. That's Pemberton. And deceiving Matthew Miller, the Antiguan captain. So Miller goes bowled by Xavier Pemberton for 21 of 31 deliveries with 4 under 6, strike rate of 67.74. The total now 80 for 5 in over number 21. So the Antiguans are in a spot of bother here, and they would want to have a good partnership between the incoming batsman and Tayari Tong. The incoming batsman is a young mentor. That's Kerik Mentor, the youngest member of the Antiguan team. And so far, the Antiguans have not really applied themselves, as we saw a few of the Nevisian batsmen do when they were struggling. Nevis at one point were struggling at 18 for 3, and we saw a wide signal there by umpire. Rudolph Watley. Pemberton much too wide outside the line of the leg stump, and appropriately signaled wide by umpire Watley. And this occasion is on line with the off stump, and there was Mentor taking one hand off the bat and playing it down towards short third man for a single. That gets him off the mark. So Kerik Mentor is on 1, and the total 82 for 5. There is Pemberton between the umpire and the stumps. The bowls to Tong, who plays it out onto the offside, and it's fielded there at short extra cover, and there is no run. Over number 21 comes to an end. Antigua chasing 176, so in search of 177 for victory. 82 for 5 with Tayari Tong on 11, and the new batsman Kerik Mentor on 1. Mentor having just replaced the Antiguan captain Matthew Miller, who was comprehensively beaten and bowled all ends up by Xavier Pemberton. We will have Prentice continuing from the far end, southern or Lozak Road end. Let's see if there is yes, he certainly looked like a new bowler to me. That's Wilkinson. So Wilkinson has been brought into the attack from the southern or Lozak Road end, and he has started very well to very good challenging deliveries outside the line of the off stump. Loud appeals by the Nevisians. He's a right arm off spinner. He doesn't have much of a run, not much of a long run up as such. One doesn't really associate. Just a few steps, and he's online. He's very much online. He has started well. Bang on target. That's the new bowler is Tayshawn Wilkinson. Tayshawn Wilkinson. Seeing some very unique spellings here. Taysean. Tayshawn. Some people spell Sean Sean, so I guess it's Tayshawn Wilkinson if it's pronounced as it's spelled. And he has started really well. Very tight over indeed. Very, very tight maiden over. First over, a maiden. So he's really putting the screws on the Antiguans, tightening the screws on them. And at the end of over number 22, Antigua in search of 177, Nevis scoring 176 from 36.5 overs, 82 for 5. And if we look at the fall of wickets for Antigua, we had the first wicket of Tanils Francis going with a score on 18. Francis scored 17 with a 6 and 2 4s, a very flamboyant 17 runs in quick time, only 10 minutes. And then we had Zavik topping at 33 for 2 in the 7th over. Topping was caught by Leshon Weeks of Jado and Herbert. We had Hosea Roberts at 36 for 3 in the 9th over. Roberts was caught by Jevon Manners of Jado and Herbert for 10. Xander and Hobson in the 10th over, 44 for 4. Hobson was caught by Light Brown of Delroy Prentice for 6. That was in the 4th delivery of the 9th over. Matthew Miller, the last to go. He was the 5th wicket. He went in the 21st over, the 2nd delivery of the 21st over, Matthew Miller. It was 80 for 5, and Miller was bowled all over the place by Xavier Pemberton for 21 off 31 deliveries with 1 4 and a 6. He spent 39 minutes at the crease. So the Nevisians are looking to apply the pressure on the Antiguans. Young mentor will have his work cut out for him. He's a very young man, he's the youngest member of the Antiguan team, it looks like. And he will be looking to stay there as long as possible with Tayari Tang, who is an 11 mentor, now moving on to 2, and the total 5 wickets down for Antigua, 83 runs on the board. Another very good delivery outside the line of the off stump. And Tong stretching forward, pushing forward, beaten outside the line of the off stump. Delivery going past the outside edge of the bat. It's played away towards backward point. Well fielded. No run. Score remains 83 for 5. Tong drawing away and looking to play through the offside, but is unable to beat the field, unable to pierce the offside field. Full toss, hit away. That should have enough momentum to get across the line as it does now. A very bad delivery, a full toss. A gift is a gift in any form of cricket. Tong said thank you very much and placed it. He didn't try to hit it too hard. He played it in the air but safely out towards deep point for 4. And that takes Tong on to 15 from 45 deliveries. That's its second 4 total in over number 24, 87 for 5. A good comeback delivery there at the end of the over. By Wilkinson. So some 24 overs completed. The Antiguans still have 26 overs in which to get a further 90 runs. That runs away towards fine leg. Fielder slip. Move towards that fine leg position and restricted the batsman to 1. The total is now 89 for 5 in over number 25. There is Tong driving square of the wicket on the offside, but unable to beat the man at forward square, unable to beat square cover, and there is no addition to the total. Another full toss, luckily for Pemberton, that was not swung through mid-wicket, straight mid-wicket. Oh, what a bad shot. What a naughty shot played by Tayari Tong. Getting into his wicket and looking to pull through mid-wicket. And he missed He missed and Pemberton hit. So Tong is bowled. Bowled for 15. And the total slips now to 89 for 6 in over number 25. Tong bowled of the 4th delivery of over number 25. Tong batted for 49 minutes. He faced 50 deliveries. He struck 2 fours. Scored 15 at a strike rate of 30. So the Nevisians are really and truly into it. They're really and truly into their work. And they have taken 6 Antiguan wickets so far. Antigua struggling to get the ball away, struggling to score freely. The Divisions have placed a stranglehold on them, and they are really struggling to get the ball away. None of the Antiguan batsmen has really come to the party. None of them has really applied himself. They haven't applied themselves at all. And the Nevisians have stuck to the plan. They have bowled well. Generally, their bowling has been relatively disciplined. And aided and abetted by some injudicious and naughty strokes by some of the Antiguan batsmen as well. The Nevisians have maintained very good fighting spirits throughout, and as a result they have Antigua struggling at 89 for 6 at the end of over number 25. So we are at the halfway stage of the innings. 25 overs completed. There are 25 more overs to go. And Antigua under 19s searching for 176. They are well and truly behind the 8 ball now, as Wilkinson continues from the southern or Lozak Road end. Played out towards square leg, but no run scored. We have had excellent weather, very good conditions here at Warner Park for this under 19 game, Antigua versus Nevis. Bright, brilliant sunshine throughout the day with nice, cool, refreshing and soothing breeze blowing across the ground from east to west. And you can see the shirts of the Nevisian players on the field swaying in the breeze. Most unfortunately, there has not been a crowd in support of this youth cricket tournament game, first game between Antigua and Nevis, being played at the Warner Park cricket facility here in Basse-Terre, St. Kitts. 26 overs gone, 89 for 6. Antigua searching for 176. Xavier Pemberton completes another over, his 6th over. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 13 runs, 2 wickets. 29 dot balls, 1 4-struck off his bowling. He has bowled 2 wides. At the end of over number 27, it's 90 for 6. Antigua searching for another 87 runs. They need another 87 runs from 23 overs, and Nevis, they require another 4 wickets. Whichever way it goes, there is a drinks break at the moment. The players have come forward to have some refreshments. You can see them taking in quite a bit of water. They're rehydrating themselves. So in the meantime, we can review, we can recap. The toss was won by Nevis this morning when the game started promptly at 10 a.m. Nevis won the toss and they opted to bat first. They decided to bat first. It did not start too well. Both of the openers were dismissed without scoring. And at one stage they were 18 for 3. We had a bit of a recovery partnership between Carlton Pluck, who got 41, and the captain Jevon Manners, who scored a half century, an even half century. Leshon Weeks scored 34. And Jadon Herbert 13. 36.5 overs, 176 all out. So they failed to bat 13 overs and 1 ball. So they failed to bat some 79 deliveries and finished on 176 all out. The bowlers who did the damage for Antigua were Mikeli Tong, 6 overs, no maiden, 29 runs, 3 wickets. Zanden Hobson, 7.5 overs, 7 overs and 5 deliveries, 1 maiden, 29 runs, 3 wickets. Jared Jean-Baptiste, 4 overs, 21 runs, 1 wicket. Ozan Williams, 9 overs, 32 runs, 1 wicket. So their mentor bowled 4 overs, 25 runs, and he picked up 2 wickets as well. So they were the wicket takers for Antigua. Wickets shared. And so far, the Antiguans chasing 177, in search of 177. They have not fared much better than Nevis at all. They are struggling here at 90 for 6, more or less reeling at 90 for 6. So it would take a very good partnership between the 2 batters at the crease, 2 batsmen at the crease, who are Mikeli Tong on 1 and Kerik Mentor on 2, to bring Antigua anywhere close to the required 177 for victory. And here we see Wilkinson cleaning up Mentor, or cleaning up Tom. So Wilkinson comprehensively beating and bowling Tom all over the place. Tong pushing forward, comprehensively beaten and bowled. So another wicket goes down for Antigua. It's now 90. Yeah, it's in there, can make it. Tajan Wilkinson, he has picked up his first wicket. 3.1 overs, 2 maidens, 5 runs, 1 wicket, and he has just dismissed. He has just, and he is given out. He is given out. So 2 wickets in 2 deliveries. He is given out. So Antigua slipped into further trouble. Antigua into more problems with Wilkinson picking up 2 in 2, picking up 2 wickets in 2 deliveries. So he had Michele Tong bowled, comprehensively beaten and bowled all over the place for 1. Mentor remains not out on 2, and Ozan Williams has been leg before to Tajan Wilkinson for no score. A first ball duck. The first ball duck for Ozan Williams. So the final Antiguan batter has come to the crease. No, it's Tazio Watson, the new batter. Tazio Watson is the new batsman. And the batsman yet to bat is Jared Jean-Baptiste. The Antiguans have lost 8 wickets. So they still have 2 wickets intact. But they are in shambles here. They are in a lot of trouble. The divisions are all over them with Tajan Wilkinson spinning a web around the Antiguan batsman. He is into his 4th over, and he has picked up 2 wickets for 5 runs with 2 maidens. Final delivery of his 4th over coming up. That brings up the end of the 4th over for Wilkinson. 4 overs, 3 maidens, 5 runs, 2 wickets. That's the end of over number 28 of the Antiguan innings. They are 90 for 8. They have 22 overs still. So in terms of overs and deliveries, still quite a lot. 22 overs, we talking here about 132 deliveries, 22 overs. It's quite a lot of deliveries. And we see he's given out. He's given out leg before. So the Antiguans, they are literally giving it all away now. The 9th wicket has fallen for Antigua. There was Mentor looking to swing through the onside and struck on the pad. The appeal went up and upheld by umpire Rudolph Watley. Mentor goes. Carrick Mentor, leg before, or bowled by Xavier Pemberton. For 2. Antigua in all sorts of trouble. All sorts of trouble, Antigua. 90 for 9 in the 29th over. 90 for 9. So it seems like a very hopeless case here for Antigua. The last batsman in, that's Jean-Baptiste, Jared Jean-Baptiste. He appears to be a left-hander. He appears to be a lefty, and he has joined Tazio Watson, who's at the non-striker's end. So Jared Jean-Baptiste looks a good picture as he defends out onto the offside, and fielded by the bowler Xavier Pemberton. Xavier Pemberton in the 7th over. And is very wide outside the line of the off stump on that occasion. But very much within the lines and not signaled wide. Fielder coming in there from short fine leg, overran the ball, and the batsmen were able to get a single. That got Baptiste, Jean-Baptiste, off the mark. He's now on 1, and the total 91 for 9. The Antiguans have not put up a good fight here at all. They haven't really made a match of this. It has not been as competitive as one anticipated. One would have thought that Antigua, with a long tradition and history of producing good talent over the years, would have been able to challenge the divisions, having bowled out Nevis in the 36th over. But they have not disciplined themselves in their batting, and you've seen quite a number of soft dismissals throughout the innings of the Antiguans, and as a result they have found themselves in the position that they are now in. Wilkinson in his 5th over, he has already picked up 2 wickets for 5 runs, and allowed appeal by the Nevisians, but somewhat half-hearted. The bowler didn't show too much interest. We are winding down here at Warner Park as we are into the 30th over of the Antiguan innings, 91 for 9, with the not out batters being Jared Jean-Baptiste on 1 and Tazio Watson yet to score. Some 17 extras in the innings, comprising 12 wides, 1 leg by and 4 byes. This one is played away out towards extra cover and into the boundary for 4. So a good looking extra cover drive there by the left-handed Jared Jean-Baptiste. That one was tossed up outside the line of the off stump, and he drove it sweetly all along the carpet out towards deep extra cover into the boundary for 4. So that takes him on to 5, and the total 95 for 9. And the Antiguans would certainly relish the consolation of reaching 100, as you see a wide which may very well go into the fine leg boundary. 4 leg by, signaled now by umpire Troy Mills. 4 leg bys. Right, so that takes the score closer to the 100 mark. It was a wideish delivery, which probably brushed the on the way through. And it went into the final leg boundary for 4. That takes the total to 99 after 30 overs, which means that the Antiguans need another 78 runs with only 1 wicket in hand. They have quite a lot of overs, some 20 overs to go, but the wicket column is very scanty indeed. Only 1 wicket remaining, and it's only a matter of time before the Nevisians close out the innings. Of course, cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties, as we have heard that old adage over the years, and very strange things have happened in cricket. So it's not over until it's over. But at this point, the Nevisians are very much in the ascendancy. They're very much in the driver's seat and seem to have this game by the scruff of its neck. So they have victory very much in sight. Very wide delivery indeed, which probably would have been called a wide had it not been chased by Jean-Baptiste. Jean-Baptiste was looking to get back to it and maybe looking to hit through square cover for a boundary, but he only succeeded in finding the fielder at square cover. The 100 has come up. The 100 has come up for Antigua in the 31st over. They are 100 for 9. 9 wickets down, 100 runs on the board. They need another 77 from 19 overs. And they certainly have their work cut out for them. They have quite a lot of work to do to get anywhere near or anywhere close to the division total of 176. So they would have to score just a little over 4 and over, 4.01 from here on in order to get the remaining 77 runs. And he is beaten and stumped. Oh, we would have to have a confirmation of whether he was stumped or bowled. But nonetheless, the Nevisians have won this game. They have defeated Antigua by 76 runs, bowling out the Antiguans for exactly 100 of 31.2 overs. As to the scorecard, it states that Watson was stumped. So Watson was stumped by Rajani Dida of the bowling of Tejan Wilkinson for 1. Jared Jean-Baptiste remained not out on 5, 21 extras, and Tejan Wilkinson really spun a web around the Antiguan batsmen, picking up 3 wickets for 9 runs from 5.2 overs with 3 maidens. He bowled some 29 dot balls. He had 2 fours struck off his bowling and no 6. So a comprehensive victory here for Nevis. in the first game played at Warner Park in the Leeward Islands under 19. The Leeward Islands under 19 tournament played here at Warner Park. Comprehensive victory for the Antiguans, a comprehensive victory for the Nevisians, for Nevis, defeating Antigua comprehensively by 76 runs after being restricted to 176 of 36.5 overs. The Nevisians rebounded. The Nevisians came back and with very disciplined bowling and a good line of attack, supported by good fielding, good catching, they were able to dismiss Antigua for an even 100, for exactly 100 of 31.2 overs, winning the game by exactly 76 runs, defeating Antigua by 76 runs. In terms of the bowling for Nevis in the Antiguan innings, I'm going to run through that. Just before we do the bowling, we can go through the scorecard of the Antiguans. Tanez Francis, the wicketkeeper and opening batsman. He was caught by Rajani Dida of Delroy Prentice for 17, 11 deliveries, 2 fours, 1 6. Strike rate 154.55. Hosea Roberts caught Jevon Manners, the captain of Jado and Herbert, for 10 of 25 balls with 1 6. Strike rate of 40. Zavik Topid caught Leshon Weeks, bowl Jado and Herbert for 15 deliveries, 19 minutes at the crease. Zandon Hobson caught Light Brown of Delroy Prentice for 7 deliveries, 8 minutes at the crease, 85.71 his strike rate. Matthew Miller, he scored 21. He was bowled comprehensively by Tizavi Pemberton. He faced 31 deliveries. He struck 1 4 and a 6, and his strike rate was 67.74. He batted for 39 minutes. Tayari Tong, he was bowled by Tizavi Pemberton for 15 of 50 deliveries with 2 fours, strike rate of 30, and he spent 49 minutes at the crease. Kerik Mentor, the youngest member of the Antiguan team, he scored 2. He was bowled by Tizavi Pemberton. He faced 20 deliveries and he spent 37 minutes at the crease. Michele Tong was bowled by Tejan Wilkinson for 1. Tejan Wilkinson was brought into the attack from the southern of Lozak Road end, and he had a wonderful spell. He had a dream spell. Wilkinson was bowled by Michele Tong was bowled by Tejan Wilkinson for 1 of 5 deliveries after batting for 13 minutes. Ozan Williams was leg before Tejan Wilkinson for no score. Tazio Watson was stumped. He was the last man dismissed, stumped by the wicketkeeper Rajani Dida, and bowled by Tejan Wilkinson for 1. 13 minutes at the crease, 12 deliveries, and Jared Jean-Baptiste finished not out on 5 of 11 deliveries with 1 4, and he spent 8 minutes at the crease. There were 21 extras, 12 wides, 5 leg byes, and 4 byes. Jado and Herbert, he bowled 6 overs, no maiden, 26 runs, 2 wickets. Delroy Prentice, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 35 runs, 2 wickets. Light Brown, 2 overs, no maiden, 6 runs, no wicket. Tizavi Pemberton, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 15 runs, 3 wickets. He had a pretty good spell as well. 39 dot balls, 1-4, no 6, 2 wide. And Tejan Wilkinson, the man doing the major damage towards the end. 5.2 overs, 3 maidens, 9 runs, 3 wickets. And he was one of the standout bowlers for Nevis in this game. So Nevis comprehensively defeating Antigua by 76 runs after winning the toss, batting first and scoring 176 of 36.5 overs. They then dismissed Antigua for an even 100, exactly 100 of 31.2 overs. So it's been a pleasure bringing the cricket to you from Warner Park via live streaming, and we do encourage you wherever you are throughout St. Kitts and Nevis to come to Warner Park to see our Leeward Islands youth cricketers, under 17 and under 19 cricketers in action. There are 2 other teams, it should be Anguilla and St. Martin in the competition. There should have been another game, and you will get the report. St. Kitts and St. Martin played at Connery today as well. So the tournament began with 2 games. St. Kitts against St. Martin at Connery. We haven't had any stats or any update on that game as such, and that would come later in the various sports casts from the various media houses, media centers. And while we are getting an update on that game, St. Kitts scored 222 for 8, and they dismissed St. Martin for 90. No, St. Martin finished on 90 for 6. St. Martin, the game is still in progress. St. Martin under 19, they require 133 runs in 208 balls. So St. Kitts scored 222 for 8 of the 50 overs, and St. Martin batting at 90 for 6. So that's the update on the game at Connery. So once again, it was a pleasure bringing the cricket to you from Warner Park, and we invite you to join us again when we have the next game tomorrow, which will be tomorrow's game. We will tell you who is playing tomorrow here at Warner Park. Will be Nevis versus St. Kitts. So it will be the 2 home teams, the federal teams of Nevis versus St. Kitts right here at Warner Park, and it's going to begin at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. So until we come your way again, this is Rodney Batiste bidding you farewell from Warner Park. Do have a very blessed evening.